about money. How much is Alex Hormozi actually worth?
It really depends on if we're valuing illiquid assets or what I would consider like very tradable assets. You know, like a real estate building, you know, maybe it's up or down by a little bit, but you know, you'll probably be within 10% of a guess, right? Like roughly speaking. So my tradable assets are about 95 million.
I just flew across the world to Monaco, the richest country on earth. A place where more than 1 out of every 3 residents here is a millionaire. A place where billionaires park their yachts, store their supercars, and spend their summers. So today, I'm going straight up to Monaco's millionaires and billionaires to find out exactly how they built their fortune and if there's a secret to becoming wealthy. With that being said, let's go investigate Monaco. I have seen crazy wealth before. Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Palm Beach, Beverly Hills, but I have not seen anything like this. Look, we're out in Monaco, right? Look at this lineup right here. You got Bugatti, Ferrari, McLaren. This is absolutely insane, you guys. It's just to put in perspective the amount of wealth that is out here in Monaco right now. We're gonna be approaching everybody to see who we can find right now, you guys. Come on. Excuse me, sir. Sir, question for you. How did you get rich? Excuse me, sir. How did you become wealthy?
Thank you.
I've interviewed 57 billionaires in the States. Could I get 30 seconds with you? No. All right, my friend. Have a good day, sir. How did you get rich? I have a channel with 24 million followers.
He doesn't speak English.
No English?
I speak English just a little.
Where are you from?
Italia.
Question for you. How
Non parlo
English or no?
No, solo italiano.
Okay, okay. How old were you when you became a millionaire?
Speak Italian.
English?
No.
No English? All right, my man. Have a good one. All right, guys, look, so not only are the people super private out here, but we got a language barrier. Look, a lot of these people that are out here in Monaco that live out here, they're from all parts of Europe. So now every single one of them speaks English, you guys. So we got a lot to overcome here, a lot of challenges to overcome, but I'm not going to stop until I find these people that are going to give us $1 million worth of business advice for everybody watching right now, you guys. Come on. Excuse me, sir. Is this your Ferrari?
Yes.
How did you get rich, man? What did you do?
I was a doctor for 27 years and I invested. I was an early investor in Microsoft, early investor in Facebook, hard work, and just trying to be an intelligent investor.
How old are you, my man?
You don't ask.
I got you. You invested in some of the biggest companies in the world early on. What's the number one thing that you look for in a business before you make an investment? Give us some gold right here, man.
It's not easy when they're young companies like Microsoft was. I sold it a couple of times. I didn't like their computers. Then they started going, and then the other companies. Netflix sounded like a great idea. A lot of hard work and put away my money, trying to invest intelligently. Nothing.
Do you live in Monaco now? Where are you from?
It's a long story.
Where are you from, though? Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in New York City in Brooklyn.
No way. Why did you move to Monaco?
That's a long story.
Tell me, why Monaco?
I watch you all the time.
Do you actually?
I want to join your mentors. Yeah.
Are you going to mentor my audience?
I could, but I got to get to the race.
Real quick, 2 or 3 last ones. This is to help the younger generation. You've seen the channel
I'm the
before.
younger
I know.
generation. I need the help.
Let me ask you this, though, right? What type?
I'm only a
what-
million.
Get up.
I want to get to the billions.
How much
Streaming.
today?
Huh?
No, don't say it.
No,
Don't
no.
say it.
I gotta go. I gotta go to
One last
to the
one.
race.
If me and you died tomorrow and you had
I
one
love it.
message to leave with the younger generation, what would that be? One last message to leave with the younger generation right here.
Be kind to people. It's not so much how much money you have, it's what people think of you. Even if you have nothing, work even 24 hours a day, you know.
Let's drive slowly real quick. Real quick, how does somebody make it in the business world today? It's competitive. One last one. How does somebody make it in business today? Tell me, tactical right here.
Work hard and perseverance.
Thank you, my friend. Have a great day. You got to be persistent is what you're saying.
I'd like to get your contact details.
I'll give it to you. What's that? No card. I'll give you my number, though. That way you have it. Okay, brother. Nice to meet you, bro. Good to meet you. So I go up to my guy who's in the Ferrari. We held up traffic for a little bit. My guy was an early investor in some of the biggest companies in the world. He said Facebook and Microsoft. But we're already starting to see a trend in this video very early on, which is the people out here in Monaco are not only insanely wealthy, but they are private. Look, that guy did not want to give me any background or any of his story on how he got to where he is today. But man, I'm going to keep on digging. I'm going to find the secrets from the richest people out here in Monaco, you guys. Come on. Excuse me, sir. Question for you, man. Real quick, bro. I got 24 million followers. I've interviewed 57 billionaires in the last 4 years. Could I get just 30 seconds, my friend? I promise it'll be worth it. I've interviewed Tom Brady, Shaq, Mark Cuban. Could I get 30 seconds, my man? Is that cool, my bro?
Yeah, come on, walk with me.
All right, man. I got you, my friend.
Come to me to Hermes and I'll do it in front of the store.
The Hermes?
I want to do it here.
Okay.
People might notice me and be like, oh.
No, I got you, my bro. Hey, Bob, I just want to show you this real quick while we're walking. This is my channel.
I know who you are.
We do it tucked right here, bro. Is that cool? Right here? Real quick? It'll be super quick. Who am I here with today?
Offset.
How did you make your millions for the people that don't know?
I made my millions by following my passion, my dream.
And what was that?
Music. When people said my Sucked. I worked harder to make it better.
Nobody else's thoughts ever paid your bills. You didn't worry about what people thought about you.
No, I still don't. To this day, sometimes I go through things on the media. I don't care because I got my family and they're taken care of.
And what was the most amount of money you made in a single year?
The most amount of money I made in a single year probably would be 2018 with the Migos. I think each one of us made like 20 million a year.
$20 million.
A year, yeah.
A lot of artists, a lot of entertainers go broke. What did you learn about preserving that wealth to make it work for you? What's the best financial advice you could give to anybody that's starting to make a lot of money?
You gotta have escrow account. When you make millions, you gotta have escrow accounts, and you gotta put money up where it makes money for you and you can't touch. And make smart decisions with your money. You can't be. Sometimes you get the money young, it be a lot, and you just blow it, which is all of us has learned. You gotta save money, bro.
Have you ever been over in business before?
Oh yeah, music contracts, yeah.
100%.
Music. I started off as we signed 100K or something like that between 3 people. It's $33,000, right? But then we start making hits. So the more hits I made, the more questions I start asking about my contract. Well, how can I own this? How can I do this? How can I do this? They didn't want to let me own it, so I bought myself out the contract.
Do you believe in God?
Yes.
Who is your God?
God himself.
You believe in Jesus? You a Christian?
I'm a Christian.
You are? How did you know God was real?
My grandmother, since I was a kid, raised in the church. I sung in the choir. It's just my family was poor, so our faith was with God since I was little.
So you didn't come from a rich family?
Hell no.
What was your turning point, man? What made you decide to go out there and go build an empire for yourself?
My turning point was when I was 17 years old. I had dropped out of school, right? I didn't have the regular plan of like going to college and things like that, right? I had my dream, and so I pursued it. I went to open mics where it was 10 people. My first show was $250, and we had to drive 4 hours away to go there. So it cost us
Yo lo dejé ahí en la
something
puerta.
we made, but we needed to be able to touch people and show people the talent. And music is hard because it's a million people doing it. And so we come from Gwinnett County in Atlanta, right? Which is the outskirts of Atlanta. And it was just like passion,
Mira.
ambition, hustle, and understanding that you might be
Yo
denied
ya-
a couple times.
How old are you today?
I'm 34.
If me and you died tomorrow and you could leave one last message for the younger generation, what would that be?
Build a solid team around you that's focused on the same things you're focused on. I don't care if it's art. I don't care if it's music. I don't care if it's fashion. I don't care if you're working at McDonald's, you want to become the manager. You got to work hard to get that. It don't come to nobody.
I love that, my friend. You got amazing advice, my friend. Last one, I connect with all the millionaires and billionaires today. Interview. Could I get your contact?
Yeah,
Is that
yeah,
cool? Is that cool?
yeah.
Gotcha. You never know who you're gonna run into out in a place like Monaco, you guys. My guy Offset just gave us an incredible interview. He said he made $20 million in a year a couple years ago, back when he was with Migos, man. And nonetheless, I think we got one of his best interviews ever, man. He was giving us some real game. So when you make that money, put it in an escrow to where you cannot touch it. The long game always pays better in business. Great interview out here in Monaco. Our first celebrity of the day. We gotta keep this thing rolling and go get this next interview, you guys. Come on. Excuse me, sir. Sir, how did you get rich?
Excuse me?
How did you get rich, man? I go all over the world interviewing billionaires. How'd you get rich?
How did I get rich?
Yeah.
I took a company public and it was for 2 billion euros back in 2000.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Are you a billionaire?
I've made some money.
You raised some money? What type of company did you start?
It was a encryption company, so we did encryption hardware for military and industry.
Did you come from a lot of money growing up? Did you have rich parents?
Well, you know, when I was in Jamaica, I thought I was rich, but when I moved to America as a little boy, I realized I wasn't that rich and I had to start all over again.
Can I interview you for 1 minute real quick? I go all over the world interviewing billionaires to help the younger generation.
I'd love it.
Did you have people that doubted you in business before?
Absolutely. A lot of people thought I was crazy, especially when I joined the Army. Everyone said you can't make any money in the Army and you're just going to waste your time and maybe even get shot.
How much money did you make in the Army?
$600 per month is what my salary was in the Army.
But you parlayed that into something pretty big, though.
Absolutely, absolutely. The United States Army, they pay for your education. They paid for my undergrad and my grad school, so I didn't pay
What
a
about
single
the
dime, and I got
Spanish, Mexico promotional text and description?
Broke in today's world. What would you
And what's
recommend
new in this
to do?
version?
If I was young, I would 100% go in the Army again. Even if I had money and could go to Harvard or Stanford from the get-go, I would still go in the Army. The discipline, the camaraderie, the loyalty, the sense of service to the country, it's one of the most fulfilling feelings you can get in your whole life.
How old are you now?
I'm 55 years old.
In the next 1 to 2 years, what is the best industry people should be looking to get into right now?
Well, yeah, obviously everyone is going to say AI.
What are you going to say?
I'm going to say AI needs power. So you're going to need power. So anyone that could generate energy in a sustainable manner to feed this AI monster, that's where you want to be.
Reminds me of how during the gold rush, the people that got rich were the ones that were selling the shovels, not looking for the gold.
Yes,
It's
exactly.
the one powering the AI is what you're saying.
Exactly, exactly.
When you think about the richest people in your Rolodex, the richest people you've met, what do they all have in common?
It was never really about money. It was really about solving real problems, right? They were just passionate about their craft, whether it was programming or building hardware.
I had a billionaire tell me one time, if you solve people's wants and needs, you get rich. If you solve people's problems, you become wealthy.
That's absolutely right. Absolutely right. A problem is an opportunity waiting to be solved.
You scaled a multi-billion-dollar company. What is your secret to scaling?
Well, the secret to scaling is non-stop relationship building, non-stop selling.
So, you a good salesman?
Absolutely, absolutely. But I don't sell to get money from people. I really like to build a relationship up and solve their problems and, have fun together. And so that's how I've always done. And as a young man, I was in San Francisco, super expensive during the dot-com boom. And I would hear the homeless people, pushing the carts, the bottles jingling. Whenever I hear that sound, no matter how tired I was, I'd wake up and I'd get on the phone because I remember Asia's coming online. I'd be calling Japan, calling Singapore.
You said Asia?
Asia, yes.
So you did business in different countries?
I did business in different countries.
You went global?
We went global from day one because I realized that, when a country goes into a recession, another country might be booming. So you should always be global from day one.
They don't teach this in school, you know that, right?
No.
What country are we in right now?
We're in Monaco.
You live here?
I do live here.
What is the best country to be a business owner in today's world?
It's going to be 100% the United States of America.
Why?
Great access to capital. And then if you ever see another country that can replicate that model, I'd give you $1 billion. You can come to America with a suitcase. I was 8 years old. I had a suitcase on Air Jamaica. And then, 12 years later, I was ringing the bell on the Frankfurt Stock Exchange. My company was going public.
Majority of people in America are paycheck to paycheck. What keeps people broke in today's world?
I think in America, people spend the money they don't have to impress the people they don't like. Save first and then spend later. So saving should be your number one goal.
Did you have an LLC when you started your company?
Yes, it was an LLC, and then it was a C
Do
corporation.
you think that's one of the best decisions for entrepreneurs to make, is to structure their company properly from the get-go?
100%. 100%.
Why is that?
Oh, because it just saves you a problem down the road, and that's probably the best way to go about it. And all the top Silicon Valley companies, they're all Delaware C corps.
So they all have entity structure. They all have LLCs and S corps.
Exactly.
Have you heard about Busy?
I have not heard about Busy.
So Busy is the company that myself and the most successful entrepreneurs I know use to start their companies. It helps them form the LLC or the S corp. So they save money on taxes and they do all the paperwork for them. So that way you don't have to go out there and get a crazy lawyer.
That sounds amazing. I mean, I'm always one for streamlining all of the red tape. And then if there's a way that you could do one-stop shop and get that done.
That's exactly what Busy is. We partnered up with them to give people access to 50 businesses that they can start for less than $500.
Are they raising money? I may want to invest.
My last question. If me and you died tomorrow and you could leave one last message with the younger generation, what would that be?
Work on relationships. Relationships are so important. Cherish them. You should go out and build a relationship with people, not just to make money, but just really good relationships. If you're weak at something, you should befriend people that have a strength that you don't have, and then you learn from them and then build together. All about relationships.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
You got amazing advice, my friend.
Okay, thank you
so much for your time, man. And I connect with all the billionaires that I interview. Could I get your contact?
Absolutely.
Is that cool?
Absolutely. I'll give it to you.
Guys, we just interviewed an entrepreneur out here in Monaco that took a company public for billions of dollars. But I want to point out something very important that he said before we go get this next interview. He said the most successful companies in Silicon Valley, they all have Delaware C corps. In other words, they structure their companies. And that's exactly why I started telling him about Busy. Busy is essentially a one-stop shop for all entrepreneurs. Whether you're setting up an LLC, an S corp, setting up your EIN, or just making sure your business is structured from day one, Busy handles the process and makes it incredibly simple. So you don't need a crazy expensive lawyer. You don't need to spend weeks trying to figure everything out yourself. And because so many people tell me they want to become entrepreneurs but don't know where to start, we're partnering up with Busy to give you access to something special. A list of 50 businesses that you can start for less than $500. So now you've got both a list of businesses and a platform to structure them the right way. So waste no more time. Go down right now, click the link in the description of this video to set your business up with Busy, get access to the list, and start building today. Now with that being said, let's go get this next interview. Come on, let's go. Excuse me, sir. Sir, is this your Ferrari? Is that your Ferrari, sir? Sir, real quick, I got a channel with 23 million followers. I flew all the way out here to interview successful people. I'll give my man. Excuse me, sir. Sir, is that your Rolls Royce?
What?
Is that your Rolls Royce?
My Rolls Royce?
Yeah.
Cross the street and you don't bother.
Is that your Rolls?
Sorry, you listen to me?
Yeah.
You cross the street, please. You don't bother the people.
We have a channel with 24 million followers.
I'm sorry?
We interview billionaires all over the world to help the younger generation.
Not the people that are
No.
being welcomed at the hotel. You do that on the streets. This is a private place.
Sorry about that.
Thank
my
you very
friend.
much.
Excuse me, sir. Is this your Rolls Royce? How did you get rich, brother? What'd you do, man?
Bro, I can't tell you.
Why not? Real quick.
Nah.
We got 24 million followers in the States. I came out to Monaco to figure out why the richest people live in Monaco, man. What do you do?
Nah, bro.
Can I get 1 minute with you?
No,
While we're walking?
it's okay.
Any advice? Advice to young entrepreneurs? All right, my man. See, look, that's the type of stuff I'm talking about there, man. The wealth out here is everywhere. And I think one of the craziest things about Monaco is how normal the wealth feels. Man, there's so many Rolls Royces, Bugattis, Ferraris everywhere. But that is a typical response that we're getting today, man. We've been going up to everybody that we've seen out here, man. People in Ferraris, people in Rolls Royces. And man, it is tough to get these people to stop, man. But nonetheless, we didn't come out here for nothing, you guys. We're not going to stop till I get some of the richest people out here in Monaco to give us an interview to figure out how they got rich, you guys. Come on. Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am. Question for you. How old were you when you became a millionaire?
Oh, actually, my husband's a billionaire.
red
Yes,
shirt?
in the red shirt. Yeah.
So are you a billionaire?
I was trying to hide. Forbes said I am, but I'm not too sure.
What's your name?
Michael Leachin.
How did you become a billionaire? What line of business are you in?
I'm in the investment business, the banking business, the nuclear business.
Where are you from?
I'm from Jamaica and Canada.
Are there any other billionaires in Jamaica? How did you get into this business? Did you come from a lot of money growing up?
No, I went to Canada as a student with enough money to get me through 1 year. Then I didn't know where second, third, nor fourth year was going to come from. So what I did, I rose to the Prime Minister of Jamaica and they gave me a scholarship. So that's how I got to finish university.
You didn't come from a rich family?
No, definitely not. My mom was an orphan when I was born and both of us were adopted.
When you think about yourself in the top 1%, what do they all have in common? What's that one trait that the wealthiest people you know have in common?
They own assets. Rich people became wealthy by doing 5 things. Number 1, they own a few high quality businesses.
Good, but for copy draw Spanish, what about these?
They're in strong long-term growth industries. Number 4, they make sure that they hold for the long run. So I said, okay, what business can I buy that will give me those qualities? And I bought a mutual fund management company in Canada. I spent $500,000 on it. Borrowed.
Hey, now what's up, bro?
It was $3.5 million.
So how does somebody buy a business if they don't have a lot of capital? Because you mentioned you.
I'm good, man. How you doing today?
That business. If somebody wants to buy a business in today's world, what would you tell them to do?
Well, I had to borrow to invest. I had the cash.
What you been up to?
Selling mutual funds. Yeah. So the mutual fund salesman. So I'd say, if you have cash flow, use your cash flow to borrow.
So do I just keep it in English then?
You mentioned that you got to be in the right industry. In the next 1 to 2 years, what is the best industry people should be getting into right now?
There's a saying, whenever there's a shift in the dominant source of energy, there's a shift in economic power. Right now, there's a shift occurring towards nuclear.
You know that they don't teach this in school, right?
I know that.
They don't teach this in school.
Definitely not.
But you learned this yourself.
I had to go to the school of hard knocks.
100%. Let me ask you this. How old are you today?
I'm 75.
75?
Yes.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
How do you look so sharp and so young at 75 years old?
I work hard. I keep my mind active and I've always exercised.
Are you happy?
I'm extremely proud and extremely fulfilled.
Does money buy happiness?
No.
So where does your happiness come from?
My happiness comes from my mantra, doing well by doing good, doing well by uplifting others.
Over these 75 years of your life, I'm going to challenge you. Take me back to the most life-changing.
What you been up to today, bro?
What is the greatest piece of advice that you received throughout your career?
The best advice I can give to anyone is number 1, identify a role model. Someone who you'd like to emulate, but make sure the person, that role model, is the best in the world. Number 2, get the recipe.
I'm also good, but a bit sleepy, and it's still hot. I'm doing some reorganization for project sessions and so on. Not much waiting for a meeting in 2 hours, a game dev one. Damn, helping building a game. Nice.
When you're successful,
What type of game?
We'll also have a PhD. Papa has dough.
So you didn't come from a rich family, but a rich family came from you.
Exactly.
You've got amazing advice, my friend. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
So that was, you guys, come on. All right, you guys, first of all, Monaco has been insane. Look at this place right here. I mean, you've got probably 100 yachts and boats in the background right there. And look, we've already approached millionaires and billionaires.
Game development, bro. Sheesh.
What just happened, you guys? We just got invited to a billionaire's yacht to interview him and go watch the F1 race that's happening in Monaco right now. So come with us right now to go meet a Monaco billionaire, figure out how he got rich and what it's like living in Monaco. All right, you guys, we just got to our destination. We're at the Yacht Harbor out here in Monaco, you guys. We're going to be taking a 10-year out to the billionaire's yacht to interview him on how he got rich, you guys. Come on. Good to see you, man. Great to see you. Good, man. How are you? Good to run into you guys.
Place for you to come and
All right, you guys, we made it on the 10-year, man. We're out here in Monaco on the water, and before we were getting on the 10-year to go out to the yacht, we saw Tony Robbins, man. It just goes to show the crazy proximity that is currently out here in Monaco right now. This is where all the billionaires are at, you guys. Nonetheless, we're heading out to the boat now to find out what it's like to live life as a billionaire in Monaco. Look at this entire pier right here, you guys. I mean, I've never seen this big of a concentration of this many super yachts in my entire life, man.
Is the first person similar to pathological survival interactions with NPCs and so on? I have 2 people with me. They do everything: game design, art, 3D models, animations. I do Unity vibe coding. Damn, that's cool, bro. Unity.
50, 60 million? Crazy.
Sheesh.
Where are you from?
I'm from Fort Lauderdale. So I see you often in Florida. I see you interviewing the guys.
How did you get rich?
I'm a lawyer.
You're a lawyer.
From Fort Lauderdale. Yeah, I represent a lot of rappers,
That's amazing. How many billionaires would you guess are in Monaco right now?
I mean, in this row alone, I think that you have the net worth of a small country.
There you go, right there. What was your name?
Brad Cohen.
James. Nice to meet you, man. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. How you doing, my friend? Awesome, man. Let's go, man. Let's go meet him. That'd be awesome. Let's go, man. How you doing, man? Good. I'm doing good. How you doing, man? What was your name? Alex.
This is my son, David. Nice to meet you, man.
What was your main business, man? For the people that don't know, how did you become?
Yeah, it's a cool long-term and slow project. Having a second one, a visual novel with a friend of mine. But those go slow, so just for fun right now. But cool. Gotcha.
What we do, we are a software provider. When you go to
Pathologic is like
these games
like
never
viruses and like sickness,
belong to companies. So
and slow not because of me. Oh,
Like, what was the most amount of money you made?
slow because of who?
Company's worth $5 billion now.
So you own $1 billion company, man.
Brother, 5 billion, no one, 5.
Congratulations, man. Do you live in Monaco now?
Yeah, I live in Monaco, yeah.
You do?
I live in the most beautiful house in
But-
Monaco.
Why do so many billionaires live in Monaco?
But because of the creative people, they work so. Oh,
Why the richest people live here? Why do all the billionaires live in Monaco?
Because security, this is $2 million watch, man. So you can walk around at night with this, no one gonna and taxes, zero taxes, you know. And then look at the weather, man. Look at the sun. Look at this, beautiful.
Where are you from?
I'm originally from Georgia. It's a beautiful country with good history, the wine. I want to show you some of my collection of watches. You want to see it?
I want to see it. Come on.
It's $100 million collection. 100 million.
Any idea that you were going to build a $5 billion company? I always like to ask successful, billionaires and the highest entrepreneurs, like when they go back to the younger selves, did you always have that innate belief that you were going to do that?
The way, like I grew up in Georgia. It was poor country, but I always.
it's a mix of multiple games, so I get explained
Till 44, I thought
what is needed. I can't really tell where it is going.
The money is not important. You know what's important? A lot of money, man. This is the big difference. When there's money and there's a lot of money, it changes the game. Look at this, man. Look at this. Igor, now get ready, man. Heart attack is coming.
That is absolutely insane.
Brother,
You got to
listen.
break these down for us right here.
So this is 6 million, but now 10 maybe. It's only 2 in the world. This is Richard Mille called Smiley, and this is not just a watch. This is a sapphire watch, and this is not just a sapphire. This is a blue sapphire. There's white sapphire, and there's blue. So this is grown naturally, actually, and it's called Smiley. Look how it smiles. Yeah. But this is the crazy one. I want you to hold it, man. Just feel the weight of the success. Just feel it, man. This is $20 million watch, man. It's you cannot make this watch anymore because you need a big stone to cut the diamonds out, and there is no such a big stone anymore.
How much would you say this entire collection costs right here?
I think 100 million.
So to a young person that aspires to even just build a $100 million net worth, what would you say are the 3 skills that they have to possess as an entrepreneur in today's
Okay,
world?
I'll tell you. First, comfort zone, man. You need to learn how to come up with the comfort zone. Like working out, coming out from the comfort zone, right? It's painful, but then the second day it's joy. Same thing in the business, man. And you know what? One more thing. You need to be afraid of your dreams. You know what it is when you wake up in the morning and when you have a dream.
Work like monkey.
Scare the shit out of you. Now my dream is what I want to do.
Hopefully, you're making a lot of money.
So if your dreams don't scare you,
They're not big enough.
you just change your dreams, man. Come on, wake up, go to lay on the couch all day. It's a bullshit. Everyone has fear. Like there's no one who doesn't fear. When fighters go to the cage, I know Pereira has fear, but it's
Successful people in your network, what do they do differently from everybody else that broke people don't understand?
relationships is everything. Like I know personally, when you meet someone new, it's the biggest and the simplest advice. You know how you can impress someone when you meet?
Be yourself.
No. You genuinely, when you ask a question about them, you listen. When they say if they like golf, ask questions about golf. Listen to them. Don't talk about you, man. No, man, it's about them. Everyone likes to be pampered. Everyone likes to be respected. By the way, there's a great book. Everyone says about books, but I only have one book. It's a very old book. Very old, I think 1970s. But I advise everyone to read.
Hope so, but focus on SaaS projects so I can be more relaxed in financial terms of game dev for now.
I learned everything from this.
That's game right
You gotta
there,
build it.
right?
Gotta build it, bro.
You got amazing advice, my friend. Seriously, man. That's a wrap on today's video. I need you people in your network. What do they do differently from everybody else that broke people don't understand?
Relationships is everything. Like I know personally, when you meet someone new, it's the biggest and the simplest advice. You know how you can impress someone when you meet?
Be yourself.
No. You genuinely, when you ask a question about them, you listen. When they say if they like golf, ask questions about golf. Listen to them. Don't talk about you, man. No, man, it's about them. Everyone likes to be pampered. Everyone likes to be respected. By the way, there's a great book. Everyone says about books, but I only have one book. It's a very old book. Very old, I think 1970s. But I advise everyone to read it. So it's a Daniel Carnegie, How to Make Friends. It's a simple, it sounds boring, but just read read the book, man. I learned everything from this.
I read that one already. So I submitted all the apps now. Now I need to work on the actual websites like PIMPL website, Copy Draw website, Mike Buddy website, Faith Hero website. As far as SEO, I can show you how all the pages, but maybe is there a way, or did we already build a keywords everywhere clone here on the folder? I have a keywords everywhere, but like there's no point if you can't see, and if I have to copy and paste and give it to you all the time. Is there any way you could go to Google Trends and then see and analyze all that stuff, or no? So we can get like the most trending. Like past 7 days, or explore. If I were to do like skincare, best skincare is up 60% in the past year, but we should do like what, past month? Best skincare is up 20%. Skincare routine is up 70%. Skincare products is down 7%. Best skincare routine is up 160% in the past month. Dermatology skincare is up 40%. But it's actually down. You know what I mean? Do you want me to go to Search Console to give you the current stuff that we have? Or what?
There was a request to modify
I've been in business for 14 years. I've scaled 6 brick and mortar gyms. I did 30 plus gym turnarounds across the country and built service companies to over $30 million a year. Today, our portfolio at acquisition.com is over $250 million annually. And so in this video, I'm answering your questions about how to scale your service business. And for all these questions, I try to make my answers as tactical as humanly possible so that you watching from home can immediately use them. Enjoy.
I am a chiropractor. We do right around 2.4. Been stuck there for 5 years. I'd like to get to 3.6 to get out of the swamp.
Stuck or growing over 5 years?
We've been at 2.4 for 5 years. Yep. And so I don't know what's stopping us. I'd like to get out of the swamp.
Heard. And then profit margins, you're at 30%, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. I remember seeing 600,000 as a profit number. I don't know if that's still accurate. Okay. Okay. So you got 600,000 in profit, and you and a partner. Or you're 100%. 100%. Okay. Well, what do you want to? You just want to what do you want to have happen? Do you want to what do you want to do? Do you want to go to many locations?
No, I want to grow a main big location, and create a space for family to eventually. I mean, growing there. If they don't want to do that, then I would probably change my goal to being an exit.
Okay.
Standpoint.
What's your square footage?
Right now we have 7,700.
Okay, so decently large.
Yeah, we occupy about 4,700 of it.
Okay, got it. And so, are you at capacity within the space right now?
No, we used to have a supply issue till about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, great.
And then we hired another doctor, so now it's become a demand issue, and that's where we're at now.
So, how do you get customers now?
Our highest is referral. Then we get about the next highest would be paid ads through Facebook.
What percentage are ads?
We do probably about 20% from ads. About half is from referrals. Another 20% is from Google.
Okay, so you separate Meta ads from Google ads when you talk about ads?
Yep.
Okay, got it.
We don't actually currently do Google ads, but that's where they said they came from.
Heard. Got it. Which I would probably see as word of mouth. Like I Googled you or I Googled somebody here. It's probably SEO, something like that. But okay. So 2.5 million. Like, what stops you from just spending more money on Meta ads?
Trust that we're doing it right. I mean, I just
are you making more money than you put in?
Yeah.
Well, so you might have one of these guys, which is that we need attribution tracking, so that you can know if you're putting $1 in and getting $5 or $10 or $20 back out. We have no clue. But as soon as we have the attribution tracking, because fundamentally what you
we need to analyze all the pages and what we have. It's in the folder is in the desktop, so you can analyze all the pages and all the text, all the blogs, all the keywords, etc. Should we delete some? Should we add some? Should we change some? We need to see, what's trending, so we could pull in thousands, if not millions, of organic.
Right, those are going to be kind of like the bigger buckets that you're going to be going into, and then you got people who do those things on your behalf. And so, right now, do you make content?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what percentage comes from that?
We just started it about 2 months ago.
How much do you do? I'm not going to tell you to do more. I'm just curious.
We do 4 videos that gets created into short and long
per week.
4 videos for the month. And
okay, got it.
Created, chopped up.
Yeah, okay, got it. Okay, so you've got 4 longs, and you chop this into little shorts and things like that. Okay, got it. All right. So short term, long term. Short term, we got to get the data tracking in place. Second step is going to be putting the ads funnel in place and kind of like what the sales motion is behind that. For local, the good news is that it's easy to do because there's already so much trust locally that you don't need to have nearly the complexity of kind of like the funnels and indoctrination and education prior to someone making a purchasing decision. You can pretty much just like one call close, two conversation close anybody. Even at very high ticket numbers, which is one of the benefits of local. The downside of local is that you've got a market that's this big.
Correct.
That's the downside, right? So if you don't want to expand markets, then you need to dominate the market you're in. And so it's going to be a multi-prong approach. And it's kind of like I was saying earlier, like we're going to start with ads because that'll just get you more in. Because I'm guessing right now, if you have a good reputation, a good brand, then the ads will actually help you more than they would help somebody who doesn't have that footprint. But then we're going to start probably layering in the content as the second kind of the well that needs to continue to get dug. Again, this is going to be long term, and so you're going to want to be a thought leader. And then what happens is that if you can succeed at building the brand long term, and it sounds like you're a more long term guy, so I'll speak in these terms. What happens is your radius actually continues to expand. And so if you take it to the natural extreme, you can go to the Amen Clinic in New York, or whatever, I think it's in New York, because they have a national reputation, but people would fly there. And so that's what it looks like as you continue to expand the brand, because people will just be more willing to travel to you and pay premium prices, which I'm sure if we looked under the hood, the prices probably get tweaked too. But like those are some things. And if you're in the swamp, cash flow is actually the biggest thing that you need.
Right.
And so again, the pricing and packaging is probably like, again, if I was to do order of operations, pricing and packaging would probably be number one, so we could free up cash flow. The freed up cash flow would then funnel into the ads so that we could get data attribution. Then we'd put the ads in place. Start flowing, putting flow through there, and then the baseline that happens after that is we're just going to increase the cadence on the content that demonstrates thought leadership. That's the path.
That makes sense. Thank you. How do you? We're having trouble also hiring good, high quality doctors in Wyoming.
It's actually ladders up to the first problem: cash flow.
Okay.
We need to fix the pricing so that we can generate more cash flow, so that we can pay doctors, so that we can actually get the business to not rely on you as much.
Boom.
Real quick, if you are a business owner and you are not growing as fast as you'd like,
basically complete digital marketing services to service-based businesses in Australia. I moved,
SMBs?
Like cleaning companies, stuff like that. Cleaning, yard work.
Average revenue for them?
Average revenue per company is anywhere between $500,000 to 2.5.
Tough.
They're the ones I sell. I pivoted. The company's gone from 0 to 500K in the last 4 months. I pivoted from fitness. It just happened, so it worked out well. So they've all been wound down, getting other people to operate. I'd like to ideally get to 8 figures. In terms of what's stopping me, I spent the whole 28 hours here going through every framework I could to figure out what was wrong.
Yeah.
I just want to figure out.
Can I tell you what it is?
Good. I also want to figure out where would be, besides like getting the operations and moving out to other people and making sure I'm not involved in delivery, where would be the best use of my time?
You'll get to 3, 10 will suck.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
Yep.
So you're 4 months in, so it's brand new.
It's very new.
And you haven't seen all the shit that's about to happen. So what's gonna happen is because you're servicing SMBs,
yep,
their volatility will translate over to your volatility. And independent of how well you do, they will start churning. And you have probably mastered the sales function, which is why you're growing quickly.
Yep.
But you also will have, like, CAC will never be cheaper than it is today.
Yeah. CAC
will always go up, and churn is going to start eating into the business because SMBs suck. And so what's going to happen is that your margins will continue to compress and compress and compress, and you have to spend more and more. CAC will go up. You have to hire more people because of the churn, and that's what you're going to think you're going to have to do in order to fix the churn, but it's not. But whatever, let's go to it.
Yep.
And so you're going to keep going, keep going, keep going. And so revenue keep going up, but the margin gets smaller and smaller until eventually you're just like, I feel like I'm running a nonprofit, and I have to just keep selling stuff, and I don't even feel confident about it because I got all these people complaining, but it's really because they're the business owners who suck. And then you think, maybe I should take more responsibility for the business owners. I'm going to start maybe doing some sort of sales motion, some sort of nurture motion, because they suck at sales. They don't know how to run their business, and that's why they can't market with me. But I'm going to do this because I want to take responsibility of this, and all of that is just wrong.
Yeah.
And so if you want to get to $3 million a year, you can just do what you're currently doing.
Yeah.
You'll just sell more, and LTV will probably be, what's your price point?
$450 a week.
A week. Okay, so you're $2K a month ish.
Yeah.
So you're right in the sweet spot of churn. Like that is like, if you like $1,500 to $3K a month for an SMB, average stick is going to be 4 to 6 months. And so you can back of napkin. How many are you selling a month right now?
I'm selling about 10 a month at the moment.
Cool. So if you're selling 10 per month, right? And you said 2K was your price point, right?
Yeah,
so let's say that we have 5 turns on that on average, 10K, right? And it's 10 per month.
Yeah.
Right. So you're going to get to 100K-ish per month, and then you will stall. And so at that point, you'll either have to increase units sold or increase LTV, and then you'll keep thinking, man, if I could just get this to go up, it would be amazing, but you won't be able to.
Yeah.
And so the only way to really make SMB work is to go the opposite end, is to go super, super cheap.
Yeah.
And then build something that costs you nothing to deliver on.
Nothing to deliver.
Yeah, so it's like $400 a month or less for an SMB. If it's a nuisance style So I'll give you some examples. If you were like, I can get you ranked on first 3 of maps in your local area, and I charge $400, $500 a month, they'll do it because they can see it, and they'll pay for that. Review management and SEO stuff, they will pay $300 to $400 a month, and they will stick on that. You'll get like 30 to 40 month stick rates on that, but you'll close way more sales velocity. So LTV is actually similar to this, but CAC stays super low as a result. But I know you just got out of fitness, which you probably got out because it was terrible and hard. You might need to just go and get to there, and then you'll feel good about things. Like you might need to walk this path rather than believe me, but that's what's going to happen. So, what do you want to have happen?
To not have to walk the path in the first place.
Okay.
Yeah, fix it.
So this is like this is me just being real. Like marketing, I mean, obviously a lot of marketers follow my stuff. And so
Fix
I
it all.
Portion of my marketing agencies, and I've seen every model under the sun. SMBs suck as customers, and so you have to do this, one or the other. You have to go up market. You have to go down market. And you guys go really cheap, and it's something that's super automated. Or you do truly do more of these high-touch services, but you do it with a business that actually knows their metrics, actually has a sales process, already has a proven model, rather than all of them just like wanting to change their stuff all the time, not knowing what they're doing to begin with, because like they're expecting you to figure out something that they haven't figured out themselves. And so like your price either goes up and you serve a higher level avatar, or it goes down and you serve the one you are now, but you make sure that your delivery is almost nothing. And then it becomes a CAC issue because you have to offset CAC, and so then it becomes big head long tail, one-time setup into very small, recurring monthly, high gross margin.
Understood.
Those are the 2 models that work for what you want to do.
So drop low, go high, and in the middle is just a dead zone.
Where everyone dies.
Cool. Makes sense. Thank you.
We do, we're WAS, so website as a service based company. So we build websites, do digital marketing services, that kind of stuff. We cater to small, medium businesses, businesses. Average revenue per customer is $450 a month.
Okay.
It's a subscription-based company.
Yeah.
And
right
we're at 20 million bucks in revenue. And
notice, example, right price. Really small, you price it super low, and it works. Go ahead.
And we want to get to 80 million bucks of revenue in about 3 years.
Okay.
So the question we're asking ourselves is, we're in an industry where AI is very disruptive.
Disruption.
It's constantly degrading and decaying our product. And at the same time, we have kind of this one-channel risk that we're living with. All of our sales, 100% of our growth has been done through outbound cold calling.
Love it.
Yeah, it's great. But again, cold calling is becoming harder and harder, and the industry is decaying. So we're trying to figure out.
The industry is decaying.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? Churn is going up?
Churn is slightly ticking up, but at the end of the day, AI is making it easier and easier for our customers to be able to build their own websites. Well, yeah, I know. With the type of customer we deal with, they're not usually super sophisticated.
Yeah.
So we do have time.
They just found out about ChatGPT. So.
Yeah, exactly. So we have time, but
some of you guys still fax, so I think you got time.
Yeah, but this is the question, right? So do we double down on marketing and create like an inbound channel and really invest hard into that, or do we try to innovate on the product and figure out what else they need and like build a revenue engine? Right now, we're trying to do both, but it's obviously limiting.
So this is really, really good. I love that you asked this. So I went on this long rant the other day about this particular topic, which is solving problems that don't exist.
Okay.
So because like you have a narrative, you have a story around AI is decaying the business, but all I hear is that you have customers and your job just got way easier.
Explain.
So, you know what I mean? Like, if you were like, our churn is escalating by 10% per month, I'd be like, we have a problem. We need to change something. But if it's not really showing up in any meaningful way in terms of the business itself, I think there's plenty of people who will just be super laggards on this and are not going to be replit vibe coding. They never bought your shit to begin with.
Yeah.
Like the person who is super into AI right now wasn't hiring WAS anyways. They built their own website. Before AI made it quote easy, right? Like, because I mean, to be fair, website building software, not that complicated,
no.
Right? So you said there's 2 paths. So one is, change the product around. my opinion, that's probably wouldn't be where I'm focused unless I had some business metric that was way off that I'm not seeing. I would be doubling down on the acquisition side. What's your What's your number of months average stick?
So it's 29 months.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's the game. It's usually it's 30 to 40. That's the highest I've seen was 38 for this type of business. So like you're right in the sweet spot there. You're a little higher priced. I think they were $299. Like it all works out in the same same time. So yeah, I think you just double down on inbound. So paid ads.
Paid ads, yeah.
Yeah, and
of IM8. He grew it from 0 to 100 million annual run rate in under 1 year and landing partnerships with David Beckham and Arina Sabalenka.
I think individuals create their own luck. If you have the will and motivation, anyone can figure out anything.
In D2C, speed wins and nobody is faster than Dan.
I'm very on all the time. To be fair, not everyone wants that. Some individuals, they just want comfort. That's not the right individual for our company. You have to select people that have this ambitious growth mindset. Otherwise, even one person, it will slow everyone down.
So you went from 0 to $100 million annual run rate in under a year. That's unheard of. Obviously, it's on the back of a lot of marketing. So let's start there. What's your marketing mix with IM8?
Majority right now is Meta and Google, right? So roughly about 85% on Meta, 15% on Google. Yeah, so it's been very consistent from day one on that because we feel there's still a lot of upside for us to spend. However, with that being said, this quarter, we're actually expanding into new channels as well, right? We're expanding into more podcasts, YouTube. We're going to be exploring with app loving as well. So these are all, and of course, TikTok. Yeah, so but all of these channels are all going to be new to us.
It's so crazy the amount of scale that you can get through just Meta. I think people like highly underestimate how much scale is just there. It's insane. And for the people listening too, we're going to get into it further as we get into the podcast. You guys have amazing strategic partnerships. Beckham, Sabalenka, we're going to get into more of those. Obviously, that helps the top of the funnel and the efficiencies in marketing. What about the team? I think that's like, for me, the most interesting thing. The aggressive scale. What does the team look like on like the media and content side? Is it in-house? Is it agencies?
Yeah, so it's majority in-house. I think if you look back at my career, I've always had strong teams, but to be fair, I have a very founder-led approach. So we limit a lot of back and forth and decision making. So I'm involved in a lot of different decisions, right? So I keep myself very, very busy from day to night.
Okay, what about like, did you search like anything that has to do with like skincare or face scans or pimple popping? We have like a pimple popping game feature as well. So you need to analyze all words possible that can correlate to see if they're trending or not.
We do able to scale so much faster. And because the problem is a lot of times if you have whatever people, 5, 6, 7, 8 people, or even more than that, your decision-making process tends to be much longer than necessary because everyone's talking and discussing what should we do, right? Because also at the end of the day, I have so much, I would say also knowledge and experience within what has a high probability of success. So I can cut through a lot of that noise and just make good decisions most of the time.
The wildest thing is the best entrepreneurs, no matter what scale they're at, they are still deeply in the weeds.
Yeah.
And you are definitely still in the weeds.
I'm very in the weeds. Yeah.
You understand and know everything that's
Yes.
going on. So
Right.
we're going to say this one slow for the people out there watching. I checked your Facebook creative. How much creative do you guys have running right now on your Facebook account?
We have about 1,500 ads. Yeah. And again, we started from like 50 ads, right? Like maybe 13 months ago. So we're consistently putting out that output. And this is so important, especially for Meta, right? With the creative diversity, that you need to constantly put new content out, but not just new content, but good content, right? Otherwise, you want to spend whatever it is. Right now, we're spending, upwards about 150 grand a day at total marketing.
You're spending like $100,000 a day on Meta alone.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Wow. And that feedback loop, as far as the content goes, it's just every single day, all day, testing, cutting, and using internal team and external team.
Yes. Yeah.
Makes sense.
But we want to spend like 200, we want to spend 300,000 a day, right? But then, of course, to be able to do that, we can't yet until we get more and more content, more great content as well.
Yeah, I think this all backs into, you guys have a great subscription model. We're going to get deeper into it. And you guys have the ability, I mean, your whole entire business is really just CAC to LTV. Everything is based on a subscription. So you can push as hard as CAC to LTV allows you to do it. How do you look at CAC to LTV? What is your ballpark CAC to LTV that you're comfortable sharing for everybody out there listening?
Correct, right? So I think when we look at CAC to LTV, the other metrics that is very interesting for us that we also look at on a daily basis is the payback period, right? Basically how long it takes us to recoup that CAC, right? So when we think about a CAC and LTV, we'll look at it from a 24-month horizon. So right now we're targeting roughly about 3 to 3.5 on the CAC to LTV ratio, right? And then so we're right at there.
For people out there listening, that is a world-class number, 3 to 3.5. And from a payback period, you guys are right in that range as well.
Yeah, well, payback period right now is actually under 4 months. Yeah, so under 4 months on a blended basis, even because right now we actually have approximately 3 different SKUs, right? We have our Daily Ultimate Essentials, our longevity product, and our Beckham Stat, which is a combination of essentials and longevity. Yeah, so on a blended wise, it's less than 4 months. So that also gives us significant confidence that we can scale this quite aggressively, right? Because I'm sure DTC wise, if you're at 3 to 4 months, you're probably at like excellent range. 6 months, you're good. 12 months, you're like a C minus, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about the companies, they've semi-put stuff out there, like Grooms as an example. I mean, people are more in the 6 to 12 month range. I would say that's world class, anything under 4 months.
Yeah.
And that just allows you to continuously push.
Correct.
I would say that you guys almost are too efficient in the sense that you can push that harder to even to 6 months and still be highly profitable, right?
Yes. Yeah.
It's a good problem to have. What about content systems? If you're putting out thousands
Yo,
of ads on the
chaos.
how do you drive that?
What's up, bro?
A lot of the push that we're doing now is with statics. A lot of the statics that we push out, again, we're using a lot of AI to be able to drive that. Videos, I think, is still almost there, but all the video content we do
Good, man.
right now.
Can't complain, bro.
But of course, we
static images, bro.
Essentially with a combination of statics and videos.
I am
It's so crazy to see because our company actually over-indexed on videos, and obviously it's a way heavier lift even with AI.
Yes.
But we've actually flipped it, and we're about 75% statics, and we're seeing way more success. I actually think people underestimate the simple statics, that those are still working. And you guys obviously have, I mean, from a static perspective, you can just sell on just value props of the product. You can be very simple and like direct response on that.
Correct. I agree.
What you been up to, bro? Just got back home from helping family. Nice.
So efficient right now.
It's great.
However, I do believe we're actually making more.
What you got planned for the rest of the day?
Scale the video portion of it, because the challenge what I see is that you have so many companies now that are the static on the AI is going to be so easy, right? It's going to be like a commodity, right? So if everyone's going to commodity, and how do you be able to differentiate against everyone else? And that's where the video and the authenticity is going to play a big factor later on, right? So in terms of real people, real stories, I think this in the next 3 to 6 months is all going to come to fruition.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just about brand positioning. I love
Shouldn't we do like 1 month? See what's trending.
When you look at that kind of product,
and then what it's at now. Like the past 3 months and then past week. So you can see if it's been rising and then or drop.
The first thing that I was going to ask when you said 80-85% on Meta was platform risk. So what are those other categories you briefly mentioned?
Gonna work on my business and get a haircut. What do you have planned? Gonna be coding all night. Last night I was coding until 5 in the morning, bro.
before we're actually.
I was like, I looked out and I was like, shit, the sun's out. What's up, politics?
24, 36 months, even before we hit ceiling on Meta. But the other platforms that we want to go into is, again, YouTube, more podcasts.
Yeah, so nice to be back home. It's been more than a month.
Again, we have a lot
Nice.
of great stories on there.
Back home.
So we haven't even experimented with any of these channels, and we're able to do what we've been
How you doing, politics? You are coding something new, right? Just working on SEO right now, bro.
Emerging channel, I would say, is app loving is one of them, and a lot of people are going to CTV. Those are two kind of ones that I'm hearing about more and more. I think last year was the app loving year. I think this year is going to be a lot about CTV. That's another big one.
Yeah, and we also same. We haven't even experimented with that yet, right? So that's why it gives us so much confidence in terms of where we're at and what growth opportunities we have.
Makes sense. On the retention side, the CAC, LTV, payback period, I mean, among other things, I really think that you guys are in the subscription and retention game.
Yes.
What are some of those other big initiatives on the retention side? What are you guys doing to make it as sticky as possible for people to stay?
Yeah, great question. Again, and that's something that we've been thinking quite hard about even the last 3 months or so, right? Because I would say the first 9 to 12 months of the initial brand was really just about customer acquisition, right? And then so that's how we thought about it. Because at the end of the day, we can't do so much well at the same time. Yeah, but then the last 3 months, a big focus has been on retention. And then so one thing that we actually just started within the last 40 days is actually introduce a 3-month subscription.
Started from the bottom, now we're here.
Started just in the US last month. And then we actually seen
falling asleep. It's 1:52 in my country.
Because we did, for example,
1:52.
112. 1 month is 89. 3 months is basically 78 a month, but you pay $235 upfront, right? And then we deliver basically 3 months at one time, so that means we can also recognize.
Hey, Alex, how you doing?
And given that we're a public company, that's also
what's up, Alex?
But we also
I'm good. I'm falling.
Deliver one time, so we save on
W Code Life.
Customer also saves.
Indeed.
Right? So that's a great benefit.
Got a lot of work to do.
When you do for consumers, a 3 month, that means they give.
It would really help if Fable was out.
Product to work, right? And when you give it a routine, is also really important because when you're on routine wise, 30, 40, 60, 90 days, it becomes part of your daily habit, right? So we believe that's going to have a big upside on the retention piece. And given the success of that, we rolled this out internationally early this month. And now we've seen actually more than 50% of individuals that are purchasing 3-month subscriptions.
I want to stop you there for a second because there is so much juice squeezed into that. I love what you guys are doing. First, it's an AOV game. You guys are driving up your AOV. B, your unit economics as the producer is significantly better because you're saving on shipping. And then C, you're delivering insane value to the customer on a per month perspective. They're getting the discount. And then D, you said something very interesting there. And I think we were talking off camera about my company. It's a want, not a need. And then this, you said habitualization.
So we've been working on Google Trends. There's like a folder that has a script to access Google Trends, and you need to analyze.
If it's like 1 month, they might try it 5, 10, 15 times.
I'll give you all this information on
I love that strategy.
SEO stuff that we can improve on because we have a lot, but it's just not actually trending SEO stuff.
Clinical trials on this as well for individuals that have taken it for 90 days.
So this is the last 28 days. Let's do the last 3 months. Last 3 months is total impressions 1,800, total clicks 42.
85% better gut health, 80% slept better, 75% have a sharper cognitive performance, right? So 90 days is kind of like the key time period where majority of people feel that difference, yeah? But one thing that we've also done with the 90-day programs, again, not just offer a discount, we always try to give value to that consumer, right? Hey, why do you want to pay 90 days? Because it's actually quite significant. You're paying, right now, our AOV, since we've introduced this 90-day program, is $280 globally.
That's insane.
Right? And then for individuals that
those are the pages. We're currently in a different session working on the PIMPL website. There, on that one, you spotted that there was like duplicates being used, like duplicate URLs or something like that, or similar. And you need to be using the Google Trends API or whatever. Keep in mind that we might get rate limited because I have another session running with the PIMPL website, and it's grabbing all the trending. It's looking at the past 3 months or a month, and then looks at the last week to see if it's been on the uptrend or downtrend. Keep in mind, Mike Buddy is a public speaking app.
Where you can go on Zoom, talk to them.
So you need to analyze anything that has to do with public speaking or just speaking in general. Do a deep dive and analyze. Imagine use 135 million tokens and still be poor.
Basically hope to live a healthy life, right? So we give access to 9 of our scientific advisory board members and doctors, so you can access to them on a quarterly basis. So I think that's ultimately providing value to that consumer.
That's insane. I've never heard of anything like that. That's like that's an irresistible offer at that point.
Yeah.
I don't know any other brand that's ever done that. You're combining, so you're driving the AOV with a subscription and just giving them access, digital access to all these people.
Yeah, digital access, correct, right? And so that's something that we're exploring right now. Is like, how do we even basically give more access? Right now, it's starting with a Zoom, right? So we just started this like a few weeks ago, right? And then later on, it's like, how do we provide more access in digital format as well? So you can log in, you can talk to these individuals and get real feedback basically by coming on board, right? Because at the end of the day, we don't want to just sell a product. It's about the lifestyle, the community, about how do we enrich people with knowledge.
That's a great idea. And for people out there listening, definitely if you have a hard product, ideate on what type of leverage and access to humans in the marketplace that you have to then give that access to your ICP. I love that idea. I've never heard that idea. I think that's going to work in spades. And since you have so many celebrity partners too, you can start doing maybe somebody, enters to win to meet David Beckham for dinner or go play a tennis match with Sabalenka.
Oh, we did that already.
You did that already?
Yeah, we did that like basically last month, right?
Wow.
So we did that. We had a golden ticket to Dubai. So basically, we had a lucky draw in which basically we invited 2 lucky winners, airfare, hotels, etc., backstage access, meet with Arena Sabalenka when we did the Battle of the Sexes event in Dubai with Nick Kyrgios. Right, so that was a very special, unique opportunity, right? Just to do that. So that allows us it gives.
Enjoy the episode. What about AI in general? Walk me through how you use that. Strategy, operations, customer service. I know you're ahead of the curve, so give us some free game on that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say very early in terms of the adoption of AI, just from a usage perspective, even for myself, right? I use it like literally 2 to 3 hours on a daily basis. Yeah, for everything I use it on, right? Like literally. So yeah, even when ChatGPT first came out a few years ago, very early on, I think key thing for me, to be fair, and my team knows that basically I tell the team literally everyone moving forward has to be AI native. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very difficult for me to justify their existence, basically, right?
You said it.
Right. So I think it's very important as a founder to continue to be updated in terms of all these new innovations, because the reality is 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, it could be irrelevant today, right? But I think with the advancement of technology, all these other competitors, there's brands are going to be using it. And if we're not up to date with these technologies, we'll be left behind, right? The same goes for our employees, right? Everyone has to basically make the use of it, because I feel like, to be fair, I've never felt like a smart guy because I was never good in school, right?
Yeah.
I dropped out of high school, got kicked out of 3 high schools. So I would say very street smart. But now with AI tools, I mean, I literally feel very, very smart,
It's so funny. Now you're getting the people with the EQ now are getting double the benefit because IQ is going to be
6-7.
Everyone is going to be able to have the IQ because they can just leverage the LLMs.
Yeah, exactly. It becomes a commodity, right? The knowledge piece becomes a commodity because there's no way anyone can be smarter than the AI, right? Because the AI is taking knowledge from around the world, where individuals, they're limited by their own knowledge and what they can research, right? And so that's going to be a commodity. So the key thing moving forward, it's going to be so critical, and it's always going to come down to creativity.
Yeah, the engineering part of it. So you briefly touched on, you had your whole team making sure they're spending any and all of their excess time on AI. I want to dive a bit more into like your leadership style. So tell us a little bit more about your leadership style and like the operating rhythm of how you run your companies. I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, so my operating rhythm, again, is really focused on results, right? And then speed for any.
Okay, so you said more question based, and then is that question being asked, and then everything else, should we change it to question based URL or what?
Background wise, I moved from US to Hong Kong in 2010 and launched an e-commerce company called You Buy I Buy, and that was then acquired by Groupon when Groupon went international. And so that was all about speed, right? Because at that time was really a land grab. So we went from like 0 to at that time, even before Groupon acquired us, we went from 0 to monthly 1 million US monthly revenue in like 4 to 5 months, right? And then so when they acquired us, we were already the market leader, and we only had like 8 people working at that time, right? For us. So that was the speed and go to market.
Let's dive deeper into that. Let's get very, very granular. When did you have the idea? When did you start it? And when did you get to $1 million?
So, I mean, that was very interesting because I remember very specifically, right? Because it was such a pivotal moment in my career. I remember in 2010, a friend sent me a link about Groupon. And then I read a Groupon. I was like, wow, this is crazy. Like, they're growing like crazy, right? They just raised $950 million. And at that 2010, it was a lot of, I mean, still a lot of money, but at that time,
it's still a lot of money.
Yeah, but everything's relative, right?
Yeah,
but in 2010, they were one of the very early ones, right? This is even before Uber, Airbnb was just getting started.
Even before the big tech platforms,
Exactly.
and the AI stuff. So 950 now is like $10 billion.
Exactly, right? And I was like, wow, amazing business idea. They were growing, like they were already like the fastest company to hit $1 billion in revenue, blah, 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 et cetera, right? And I was like, wow, crazy. I really liked the idea and always had a passion for technology. And then I was like, hey, I love this idea, but I can't build that same platform and compete with them in the US because they're already so big. So I was thinking, where do I go? I was like, hey, I moved to Hong Kong. So within 1 month, I packed my bags, basically moved to Hong Kong. I had no e-commerce background, no network in Hong Kong. Moved to Hong Kong March 2nd. On June 28th, I had a website up and running and it was called You Buy Buy, and we were selling in Hong Kong and Taiwan. And the first day, again, it was crazy because I remember very vividly, we sold 400 vouchers on the first day. By the 4th, 5th month, we were doing 1 million monthly in revenue, USD revenue. And on the 6th month, Groupon came calling and they acquired 51% of the company. And then basically they acquired the rest in 2013. And at that time, we went from 0 to, when I left, we had about like 200 million in revenue.
Yeah, implement it.
We were the largest e-commerce company in the region.
So we'll get as much traffic from the trending stuff.
And that speed was a big portion of that.
Tell me more about that. I mean, first off, just within a month, you're moving to Hong Kong with no network.
Yeah.
How do you get all of those vouchers? How do you get to $1 million? Like, tell us on the ground floor. Let's get tactical here because you have no e-com background.
Yeah, correct.
What happened? You have to get the brands on the platform to sell. Like, what happened?
Yeah, correct. No, great you asked these questions because I can be very specific in terms of what happened,
be very
right?
specific.
Yeah, so went to Hong Kong, had no background, but I knew I wanted to do the e-commerce. And of course, then I hired an agency for the website, very involved with that part. But then, of course, then the key thing is actually getting the brands on board, right? Because if you don't have any good brands on board, no one's going to buy from you, correct? And then when I went to the big brands, they all said no to me, right? Of course, they're like, hey,
yeah, why
would I work to you? I went to Starbucks, and then I had to do this, right? Because I only had like 4 or 5 people in the company, right? So I had to go to Starbucks. You go to like some of the Asian brands, and they're like, yeah, we don't need this, right? And then so what we did early on was then, okay, if Starbucks won't work with us, okay, we will still buy the Starbucks vouchers, right? We will still buy the Starbucks at full value, yeah, and then we resell it at 50% off, right? As a customer acquisition tool.
Wow. So you're saying they said no, you said fuck off, I'm going to buy it.
I didn't say fuck off.
Yeah. you said no, I'm going to buy it. Yeah. And then sell it for 50% off as a way to just get new customers, and you're going to win on the LTV. So it was just, you just used a loss leader on the CAC, and then you just win on the LTV.
I just use a loss leader on CAC also to create brand value because we're very early, right? And then consumers, they'll see, oh, wow, you guys got Starbucks, right?
Wow.
Correct. And it creates a great brand recognition, right? And then we made sure every single day we had a new deal at 12 a.m. Because even at that time, e-commerce in Hong Kong was so early. And everyone told me, hey, no one's going to go on the website at 12 a.m. to find new deals. But I said, hey, if we have good deals, we create a new shopping behavior. And I didn't care if that voucher sold 1,000. Every 12 a.m., I have a new voucher on, right? So let's create that behavior. And so we had really great brands on in the beginning, but a lot of those brands in the beginning, they were basically, we did this thing with buying the vouchers directly. And then, of course, at the time-wise, hey, I knew in the back of my mind, yeah, Starbucks will probably send us a letter, which they did. It's like, you can't do this, right? But as long,
you probably can't resell vouchers.
You cannot.
Yeah,
it actually says you cannot resell vouchers, right?
Love that.
Yeah, but then at the end of the day, we were a small company.
Beg for forgiveness later.
Yes, you're a small company. And then so, but at the same time, it's like we have work with Starbucks. Then I can go to Pete's Coffee. It's like Starbucks just worked with me, right? Then we get a real deal from Pete's. And so continue. And then one of the key moments, even early on, and giving you very granular, specific details was I co-called this restaurant group, Dining Concepts.
Yep.
And then yeah, the marketing director, he was really rude because I co-called, right? And he was like, "Don't ever call me again." Blah blah blah. Sing swear words to me, right? And I was like, wow, this guy is like really mean, right?
Yeah.
And then I Googled it.
I'm ready. Go for it.
Yeah. So, Patrick, you've previously shared the following as life advice.
Argentina was who? Javier Milei. El Salvador was who? Bukele. You know, you look at all these countries, there's somebody that you can get behind. If you don't have that, then it's like, if that's the case, I'm just going now and it's going to be about nuclear, oil, Strait of Hormuz. That's what we're doing. We're out.
So on February 28th, do you think Trump was, I think it's like some verbiage or wordage like that?
Wasn't like that before 79, by the way.
Right.
We were allies.
When you think about like the night the bombs hit, February 20th,
giving you preventative advice, you won't be controlled by the masses. You won't be controlled by the media. You won't be controlled by the government. You won't be controlled by anybody.
what do you fear at the moment?
Probably what I fear at the moment has to do with the kids and the family, because to me, it's trying to find a way to keep them close.
Yo, what's up, Striker? How you doing, bro?
You know, I watched a video the other day. I don't know who it was who said it. It says, "Who are you jealous of?" And the guy said, "I'm jealous of anybody with young kids in the house. I'm jealous. There's something special about young kids in the house. It's priceless." You guys have kids yet or not yet?
Not yet.
When you do, you guys are planning one day? Yes, no, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone tells you it's incredible. It's incredible. So I fear not maximizing the times with them today while I'm building the business, because my dream, even when I was 23 years old, was to build a business one day.
Hi, how you doing? I'm good, man.
To mommy and daddy. It's kind of like the mindset. You know how
Can't
Richard
complain.
Branson,
Just doing some SEO.
said, teach your team everything so they can leave and be a competitor of yours, but treat them so well so they don't. I want to teach my kids everything I have so they say I don't need daddy, but I want to treat them so well that they want to be with daddy for the rest of their lives, you know, for the rest of my life, you know, when they're with us. So it's probably that. All the other stuff, it's just like, you know, online commentary. Hey, you did this, you did that. We're going to make a lot of mistakes. And we're going to go through and we're going to have to learn from it. You know, business deals, money, some incredible deals. We're making a lot of money. Some deals we don't. That's going to happen. Health, you got to take care of your health as you're getting older. It becomes a bigger issue. Nothing major outside of that.
Did you watch Jono's new SEO? I don't know who that is, bro.
Somebody should be having kids. When you find the right person to have kids with. The sooner I would have found the person to have kids with, I would have had kids with that person that day. Meaning married, proper, get to know them, you know, go through the process, people. Because then you're about.
I got that 14-day Semrush trial using his link.
Others. You still have your aspirations. 65%
Nice.
selfish is a very good score. But I would say those two things.
Patrick, I'm going to give you the name of someone, and you just give me one word to describe them.
Go for it.
Dan Bilzerian.
Angry.
Zoran Mamdani.
Talented.
Adam Sosnick.
More clear.
More clear.
He's more clear in life of what he wants to do today than 2 years ago, 5 years ago. He used to be all over the place.
Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei.
Broken.
Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
Brutal.
Reza Pahlavi.
Sweetheart.
Donald Trump.
Leader.
Bibi Netanyahu.
One word for Bibi. call somebody that doesn't show you all his hands and he kind of plays along, but deep down inside he's got other motives?
Duplicitous.
And that would be the word. Somebody like that. Because yeah, you know what he wants to do. You see his motives, but he kind of is like, oh, no, no, we're good with this. We're good. We're good with that. And then he goes and continues to do what he wants to do. But in front of camera, he's very good, very polished. Polish will be one of them with him.
Shapiro.
Mechanical.
Tucker.
Mischievous. He's going to do whatever he wants to do.
Tell me about that.
Tucker's going to do whatever he wants to do. Tucker is he's like the kid that knows how to get under your skin. And the moment he finds out how to get under your skin, he will not stop.
I didn't see them in your social media. I'm still posting them. I showed it yesterday. I think it's either Copy Draw or Mike Buddy. It's total views 200,000 for the week. For like week and a half, about. Not that bad.
He will not stop. He's mischievous. He's a jaded.
Or 2 days ago, I think I showed it.
I've had conversations with him. I've spoken about this publicly, so I think that misalignment put a lot of pressure on her to perform, and she is never, ever going to be the face of TPUSA the way Charlie was the face of TPUSA. Because a brand, you have to also realize, like the choosing your question.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You can put for that guy. But he took advantage of a lot of people.
On AI, a big fear for many people my age is that AI is about to take all of our jobs. But instead of asking you whether or not that's going to happen, I just
I'm not sure what you're saying. You need to explain a little bit easier for me to understand. Is there anything left? Is there other words we should look up as trending or downtrending to see if we should add it? Or pages?
Like sifting through.
Appreciate that, man. Thank you, bro.
Like everything people have done. Yeah.
Okay. And then when you're choosing your questions, how much of that do you use to choose what questions to ask? Do you put it in there and say, well, based on this information that I have, how would you structure the question? What is the sequence of topics I should go to?
I usually use it to determine maybe what the highest TAM topic is to talk about right now.
Got it. Okay. So with what you're doing today, how duplicatable are you that another person could go from 0 to 3 million subs like you? Is what you're doing duplicatable?
I'd say so.
So you think another person can learn to do what you're doing right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So why aren't they?
It sucks.
Tell me why.
You have to work all the time, and
what's your schedule look like?
We kind of just work all the time, and then her and I hang out together.
So is it 60 hours a week? Are you working 80 hours a week? Is it 40 hours a week?
I won't hound you, but you'll be doing your SEO a favor checking out that free trial. Appreciate that, man.
60 hours.
Thank you, bro.
60, 80, and then 2 podcasts a week on average, sometimes 1. Yeah.
So from what you're doing, what part of it is you? What part of it is AI? And what part of it is, the amount of work ethic you put into it?
Well, as AI has gotten better, it's just allowed me to do more. Like, I still work the same number of hours. It's just we're more capable. Like, I don't have to hire a person to do certain things,
So for
Okay, can you merge to the local main, then push to the GitHub main?
you didn't have AI, you would have you would have had to hire 3 additional people. Let's just say at $60,000 a year.
100%.
Okay, so you think about it that way. Yeah. So is the question how it's going to impact the next generation, like, Gen Z? Is that what you're asking about AI? I don't know. I mean, the opinions are that David Sachs showed a report saying we're hiring engineers more than ever before. So we're actually hiring engineers. But that's a report today. Elon is saying within a year we're not going to need coders. That's what Elon is saying. Claude came up themselves with, Anthropic came up with the stuff that they're doing to show, what it's doing for coders. So is that going to replace coders? Maybe. Maybe it is.
How do you use it right now?
We use it in every aspect of our business. We use it for Monect. We use it for higher metrics. We use it for calibration. We use it for
Calibration.
Interviewing people. We use it for.
Do you personally use it a lot or not really?
Not me personally myself. My team does.
Right.
Yeah, my team does. If you're asking like if I use ChatGPT or Grok, I do. But not if I get the research like this right here, what I wrote with the book. These are notes for fatherhood book. Okay, this is me. This has nothing to do with AI. Right? I'll take the notes and I'll come up with it. Now, if there's a page here that is research with stats, okay, like this page right here. In 2023, U.S. had 9.8 million of one-parent households. Of those, 7.3 are mothers, 2.5 are fathers. This is AI. So AI can spit out stats for me like this. Before, I would need to go individually and be able to find, hey, what are the most important stats? To get them involved. But we use it immensely. So 3 years ago, we got 3,000 resumes to work at Valuetainment. 2023, we got 3,000. 24, we got 11,000. 25, we got 33,000. So when we got 33,000, we only interviewed 3,000 or 4,000 of them. We didn't interview all of them. So what do we do then? I sat there and I said, how do we know we hire the best people? So we launched a software for us called Interview AI. What Interview AI allows me to do is you do a 5-minute interview. At the end, it gives me a score of your experience, skill set, and culture.
Culture.
And if the score is above 70, we look at it and we want to meet with you one-on-one. So now I can get 1,000 people at the same time that are doing an interview, and it pops up a score for me. So we'll say, only give me the people that got 70 across the board. So that 1,000 will say, it's only these 88 that scored 70 across the board. Great, let's interview them. I can say, make it 75. Make experience 80, but make skill this. You can adjust it the way you want. So I didn't have that 2 years ago.
That's really useful, honestly.
In a big way, it is for me today. Calibration, efficiency today with our employees. So our employees today, we calibrate everybody on 5 different metrics, okay? And those 5 different metrics that we have, effort, attitude, innovation, leadership, and results. Trying to see if I have it to show it to you. Those 5 things that we measure on, each of them had 4 categories. We scored from 0 to 10. Our managers now are calibrating each of the employees in a way where we know who's going to get a raise, who's going to get promoted, who's going to hit their bonus, who's going to move up, who's not going to move up. It's no longer if, maybe, that conflict. Hey, an employee works for you. Hey, can I talk to you Friday afternoon? They're quitting typically when they want to meet with you Friday afternoon. You don't want to have that friction. I think I deserve a raise. I think I deserve a promotion. No, it's very simple. You don't need to come to us. We come to you. You're getting a raise. You're getting promoted. So using AI to calibrate allows me now to track if your efficiencies improve quarter to quarter, plus minus, which score went up, which score went down. Why is that? Then see which managers are doing a better job of calibrating their own individual people that are working for them, to see if you're sitting down asking them about the direction of their career, what next.
Wait, can you give me an overview of like how you did it and what you did and what API you use, what script, what folder you looked at, what folder you updated, etc., so I can pass this to my other apps like Faith Hero, Copy Draw, Mike Buddy?
Never thought about the AI. It gives you the capabilities for people to see this is exactly what gives me a raise, and these are the exact set of actions I need to do, and then the bosses can track all that with the AI. That makes sense. Huh. Patrick, of all the guests you've had on your show, generals, world leaders, former spies, who was the person you sat down with and you were proud of yourself? Like, wow, this guy's doing serious stuff, and one of the things he's doing is he's on my show right now.
Who's that for you? You had a lot of guys on.
say it was Andrew Tate the first time, and then Alex Hermosi for sure. Yeah. And
what'd you take away from each of them?
I'd say from Alex, it was probably like just do the fucking work. And then from Andrew, it was have a little bit of fun while you do the fucking work.
Yeah. and Andrew definitely has a lot of fun. Proud of myself. I really enjoy talking to Kobe. So I relate to Kobe. So I really, really enjoy talking to Kobe. That was probably the top. Trying to think. Trump was one we were looking forward to doing for a long time.
I can imagine.
You know, we were glad we did that. Proud of myself. I don't know if I look at interviews we do as proud of myself. Yeah, probably Trump.
You think I could do a job?
Facilitador para jogar.
Analyze this. I think it has the playbook in that file, so just analyze. Is this what you're talking about? 14-day trial is nice, but SEMrush can be done with SEO skills plus Claude. That's what I'm running right now locally. I'm just pulling from Google Trends. If that's what they're doing with their back end. What's up, Elliot? Shouldn't be paying for that anymore. I pay for 0 except Supabase, which essentially basically I could just run it. You could just run it locally since it's open source, but I don't want to deal with all that stuff. And then I pay for Cloudflare for hosting. And that's it. And Claude, of course. Claude Code. Claude Codio. Analyze all these folders. Keep in mind, this is for Faith Hero, not PIMPL now. Loaded with a bunch of stuff, but that's legit dead. Dead. Bum 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 ba na 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 na. Come as you are. On Cloudflare, I already have the redirect. I have www dot, which redirects over to the .com without the www dot. And I have always redirect to HTTPS. I have that little switch enabled as well for every website. Loaded with a bunch of stuff, but that's legit. That's, in my opinion. Death, destruction, pain. Just Okay, good, but what about the SEO? Did he look up the trending keywords associated with public speaking or just speaking in general? How to become a better speaker, etc. Did you analyze all the keywords and the blog pages that we have? Did you look at the new keywords and see how it's trended from 3 months, 1 month to 1 week ago? Notice how some pages aren't even good or generating, any views. And this is from the past 3 months, the performance. So reanalyze everything and let me know. And look at the MD file for the playbook for the SEO. Can you just, for PIMPL, can you merge to the local main, then push to the GitHub main? Get up, mate. Get up, mate. Is ARR up to date? Didn't see someone buy Mike Buddy yesterday. That was like 2 days ago. I gotta update it. I gotta check. I gotta reanalyze. Ain't that right, Mila? Meow. I gotta re. Boom. Analyze all the pages. Analyze all the keywords we have currently. And see if it's trending or not. Go bed. Go bed. Go bed. And then use the Google Trends API to see if it's trending or if there's an increase, or find ones that are increasing. Just do a deep dive. Ripping it. Let it rip. Google Search Console team. I'm working on all my landing pages for my apps. PIMPL, Mike Buddy, Faith Hero, Copy Draw. That's what I'll do around there. I resubmitted to the App Store. They're in review. What you up to, Elliot? Oh, all of them? Yeah. They're all running right now. I deployed 3 big features today, now working on the Hermes config within myself. Nice. Hell yeah, bro. Nice. The Hermes config. Hermes link. what does the volume mean? Does that mean, so how to not be nervous? Volume 46, does that mean searches per day? So Google's only getting 46 searches per day for that? You're writing way too much. So are we adding new things? How many different words or questions or terms keywords did you analyze? You only analyzed 35? Why? You should be analyzing like 500. Okay, now you need to analyze. On Cloudflare, I have www dot redirecting to the .com. And then I have the redirect to HTTPS switch enabled. Ooh.
Ooh.
We only own a car. It's the only thing we own. That's not an investment. We rent the place that we're in. Costs a nominal amount of money compared to our income. If we want to spend 6 months in Cabo, we can do that. Layla, for example, loves having designer clothes. And for me, I care less about that. We just try and optimize towards the things that we get marginal utility from. We eat out every night. We probably spend more on food than we do on rent. That's how we get out, so it works for us. Some people, they want to eat peanut butter jelly sandwiches every day. More power to you. We only own a car. It's the only thing we own. That's not an investment. We rent the place that we're in. Costs a nominal amount of money compared to our income. If we want to spend 6 months in Cabo, we can do that. Layla, for example.
I have a subscription-based
boat rental.
Yes, I do. Currently doing
Are you kidding me? Speech therapy, stutter, pathology, that is exactly what Mike Buddy helps with as well. Are you fucking Mike? Public speaking, presentation, stutter, fluency, job interview practice, all the above. All of the above. Why are you telling me to proxy www if the other sites like Mike Buddy, PIMPL, Faith Heroes, I don't have those proxied? Wait, try again. The worker URL I had online, I took it offline. Try it again. Yeah, fix it all. Implement all this. Got messaged by XAI staff. By Twitter staff. Why does it happen? American experiment using XAPI. Yo. Am I the only developer tools? Yo, we're the only developer tools there. The exhibit. Let's go. Yeah, go ahead and merge to the local main, then push to the GitHub main. Let's go. Yes, implement all this. Use a workflow. Okay, let's move on. Did you already implement all the HTTPS? All the new keywords? And how many did you implement? How many pages did you add or delete, or keywords that you deleted? Analyze and let me know.
Alguém veio conferir?
Do it all. Wait, actually, why are you only looking at color? Like it should be art. You know what I mean? You should be analyzing keywords that have to do with art. Wouldn't that attract more impressions and website visits? The Van Gogh. A Starry Night.
Online about how people choose to work, what fuels them, which fundamentally is it reward or punishment? Are they going away from an aversive stimulus towards, a positive one? The answer, in my opinion, doesn't matter. And what I mean by that is, I think the first rule of all entrepreneurship is use what you have, because that's not going to change. Today, you have what you have. Those are the only resources you have available to you. You must become more resourceful. And that means that if you have shame and people tell you shame is bad, in what world could shame be good? If the shame you have creates this amazingly positive thing in your life, was it bad? If your dad not hugging you enough created the catalyst for you to go to the gym and live 20 years longer because you work out regularly, was it bad? Do we need to label it at all? All we know is that it happened. And so what? There are these actions that increase the likelihood that you get what you want. Whether you do them because you had some negative thing or because you're going towards some positive thing, I think for the vast majority of people is narrative. They create the story. If I said, hey, why did you do this thing? We are trained to give an answer. But that answer may have zero grounding in the truth. Not because you lied, but because you have no idea. Because most people don't know why they do what they do. They just do it and then they ascribe a reason afterwards. We know that it's mostly BS, and you're not going to have a double-blind controlled placebo study on your life to be able to determine what the true root cause of was this the dependent variable. If you're not going to be able to do that anyways, who cares? Use whatever you've got to get whatever you want. I'll give you a behavioral thing for this. It's like you might be going through something difficult or a hard season or a bad day or a bad moment, right? And I've heard this saying, and it drives me absolutely bananas, which is that bad things come in threes. Anyone heard this before, right? I so wholeheartedly disagree, but I will explain why I believe that saying is a saying. Bad things do not come in threes. Bad things occur. People do not know how to cope. They allow one bad thing to snowball into more bad things. And bad stuff sucks. And the only thing worse than letting one bad thing be a bad thing is to let one bad thing ruin many good things. If you think about a bad thing as a cancer, it's like, well, we want to isolate that cancer as fast as possible and not let that cancer of you losing your job affect your marriage. And then let you affecting your marriage affect how you're a parent. And let how you're a parent affect how you are going to pursue this new endeavor. People just basically give themselves an excuse for misbehaving. I had a bad day, therefore I now have a legitimate excuse for being a bad husband or not being nice to my wife. They use it as an excuse to not exercise self-control. And that is when things snowball. This is why resilience is so important. Can something bad happen and I recover before I talk to somebody else? When things get bad, it looks like this. Something bad happens, something else bad happens, something else bad happens, and it keeps going down. Until eventually everyone in your life that is good has removed themselves, and then you slowly recover, or you don't recover at all. And you've seen these people. He lost his job, he gained weight, and man, he's just never been the same. Pull your head out of your ass.
There are only 4 main types of businesses. So your business is one of these 4. And understanding what shape my business was has allowed me to develop a portfolio of companies that generate over $250 million a year at acquisition.com. And so if you have a business, you need to know what shape your business really is to maximize the opportunity you're in. And if you don't have a business, you should know what you're getting into so you can pick the right one for you. So let's get started with the first shape. So what type of business is this business? I'd love it if you could actually think about it right now. Like if there's different types of businesses, what do you think this one really is? All right, now that you've thought about it, this is the shape of an e-commerce business. So in the very beginning, you'll typically have to get some inventory, especially if you want to have a bigger business. No gigantic businesses are drop shipping. So if you want to have a bigger business like a brand, you're going to have to do some sort of inventory. You'll have to front a little bit of cash, right? But as soon as you start selling, because it doesn't require a lot of operational infrastructure, you can grow really quickly. But then you'll hit these breaking points that stop your growth.
Break it down.
And so either these will be cash constraints in the business, as in like you don't have enough money to buy more inventory. It could be traffic constraints, like all of a sudden your ads just stop, and then the the ads don't perform past a certain point. It could be that you've maxed out your distribution. Let's say if you're a retail distribution, it's like, okay, we got 7,000 more 7-Elevens. It's like, okay. And then we continue to stay at that level until we get CVS's, and then we stay at that next level. And so each of these kind of unlocks typically occur when you have a supply chain unlock or you have distribution that unlocks. So distribution can be literally physical retail distribution, or it can be ad-based and or affiliate based distribution. All of these different ways are promoting it so it gets it in more hands. So this is why the shape of this business looks this way. And you also can get stopped by all of a sudden you run out of stuff, right? Your supply chain dries up because your manufacturer can only do 1,000 units a day and you need 10,000 units a day. And so while you find the next manufacturer, you're flat again, right? And this is the nature of the business that you're really in. And if you're curious, what, experience do I have with e-commerce? Well, I'll give you two. So first off, Prestige Labs was a physical products business. We sold through a brick and mortar distribution base. We also sold through an online store. So we had both those angles. I had distributors, obviously our gyms, and then also any consumers could buy directly from the store. So we had ads that were running as well. And so both those elements were e-commerce. In addition to that, the launches that we had for my last book, the Guinness World Record breaking book, this is literally e-commerce. It's a physical product that gets bought through a store and then shipped out, like very straightforward. And so the reason that this video is so important before I dive into all the other four is that most people think that there is something inherently wrong with their business when it is in reality a feature of this business, not a bug. And so the more you can zero in on, okay, if these are the big hairy problems that exist within the shape of my business, how do I put disproportionate effort on solving these key foundational issues or problems to this model that will allow me to outcompete all the other people in my space that
Stop
don't
running
know this. And I'm telling you, like, this is
the browser,
sauce.
the dev server.
And
I
also,
only told
sometimes
you
you'll have
to
to switch 3PLs as
work
you
on the
scale too. So
SEO
even if you have the inventory,
and
somebody
GEO,
might not be able to ship
AEO,
out 10,000 orders a day.
CEO,
Like when we did the book launch, for me,
CRO,
I had to find
CMO,
3PLs
CTO,
who could ship
CFO.
out millions in 72 hours. That's absolutely absurd, which is why we had to have multiple across different states in order to make sure that every single person got their book within days, not weeks or even months. I talked a little bit about the cons, but let's talk about the pros of this. So e-commerce, it can scale relatively fast compared to some of the other business models. And the reason for that is once you have the stuff, I mean, it's really just like how fast can you hand it to somebody in exchange for money? And if you have a Shopify store or a WooCommerce store, any kind of online store, like they can just click and buy, and then you have somebody else who's shipping it straight to them. As long as they can ship it and they can buy, you can sell a lot of them. The issues is when you run out of stuff, the guys can't produce it, you can't get raw materials, they can't ship enough of them. These become the constraints. But fundamentally, if you're operating within all of those, as in they can ship more than you have, you've got enough inventory, as long as people keep buying, the number just goes straight up. And so what's interesting about this particular business is that it also typically isn't going to be nearly as kind of key man risk from the founder. Of course, there can always be key man risk for key skills, but if you have a product that people love and people keep going to your store and buying it, it's a very sellable business. Okay, and so if that's maybe the upside, let's talk about the dirty. So what sucks about having e-commerce? One of the first things that sucks about this business is that in general, most people who own e-commerce stores, they can do significantly more revenue than some of the other business models really quickly. It's one of the fastest ones you can grow revenue on. And it's also because people are willing to spend more money for stuff than they are for the other three categories. Because there's inherent value because everyone.
So what about like art related SEO? Like, I'm sure there's a lot of different art stuff in general that's trending, right? Did you not analyze using the API, the scripts that we have in the folders?
Everyone knows there's an inherent cost to creating it and sending it. So people are just more willing to spend money on it because it's tangible. And it's the reason if you look at like gross sales, what are some of the top companies in the world? Walmart, huge amount of sales. Amazon, huge amount of sales. It's stuff, right? And people love stuff. And as somebody who came to selling physical products much later in my career, I was amazed at how easy they were to sell compared to some of these other things, which then brings the next question, which is like, okay, well, sometimes they're easier to sell. People are easy to take their wallet out. But what makes it harder? So this is very capital intensive because people know shit costs money. you also have to have the money to buy the shit. And so it is capital intensive in that this thing might make profit on paper, but as soon as you make some profit, what are you going to do with that money? You got to go buy more inventory. And so unless you have a flat e-commerce business, if you want to grow, the extra growth requires the profit from the earlier part of your growth path to fund the next level of inventory so you can sell through more in a shorter period of time. And so you can be very asset rich in this business. You can have lots of inventory. You can have maybe a lot of enterprise value, but it's very common that entrepreneurs will get, I'm saying unbelievable numbers. They'll go to hundreds of millions a year and pretty much only live on their salaries, which there's nothing wrong with that. It's just different than some of the other models that are out there. In terms of the things that can also be difficult about this is that you have to rely very heavily on your partners. And so it's very rare for an e-commerce business to be vertically integrated. It sometimes happens, but it's super, super uncommon. That means that, are you the one who's manufacturing the stuff? Are you the one who's actually pick, pack, shipping all the things both locally and internationally? Are you sourcing raw materials, or do you have a raw material mine that you're collecting milk from cows and turning that into whey protein? Probably not. And so you have core dependencies on other businesses, and if those businesses fail, you fail. Like, very real. And so having many redundancies within each element of the business. Okay, how do we get raw materials? What about manufacturing? What about logistics in terms of pick, pack, ship? And then on the capital side, it's like, do we have lending partners? Because we might run out of capital if we're scaling really quickly, because there can literally be nothing wrong with your business. But think about this. If you have 10 units of something and you make $10 of profit on each unit and you sell all of them in a day, and the next day 10 more people want to buy, there's nothing you can do. And so that might mean that you might have 300 units worth of demand and you only have 10 units worth of profit. What do you have to do next month? You can only buy 10 more, right? And so your growth rate will be dictated by the amount of free cash flow that the business kicks off. And then that will be the growth rate that you'll be able to sustain, or only growth rate that you'll be able to have in the business. And you'll be constrained by that capital. There are lending partners because this is clearly a capital constrained business if you're growing quickly. But those are some of the negatives or some of the downsides. Now, if you own one of these businesses, what's the big hairy problem? What's the big problem that you have to solve? Number one is managing cash flow. So you have to be able to forecast cash flow. You have to look at inventory cycles. How long is it? If it's a 12-week lead time for you to buy stuff, you have to predict how much you're going to be selling in 12 weeks. That can be difficult, especially if it's your first time. Number one. Number two, your distribution. You're going to live and die by your distribution. So ad accounts, brick and mortar distribution partners that you can have, affiliates or influencers who have kind of, I would call it synthetic distribution through their audiences. All three of those they're partners of yours, right? Great product will always find great distribution. Great distribution will always find great product, right? But the big problem that you'll have to manage is going to be supply chain. How can you have enough stuff to sell, right? Logistics isn't that hard because there's some decent, pick, pack, ship that are out there. Everybody always has complaints because it's not their business. They would do it differently, blah, 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 blah. You wish they didn't charge you as much, et cetera, et cetera. But like, by and large, I would say that problem has been solved relatively well. The next issue is going to be making sure that the product you have has a brand behind it. And this is the real nasty one. Because if you just have a pure, I call them smash and grab businesses, which is just, you're a media arbitrage business. You can buy eyeballs at $10 and you can sell them something where you make $11 in gross profit. That's just a smash and grab business. And if somebody else sees you smashing and grabbing, guess what they do? The downside of physical products is that because anybody can own it, anybody can also sell it. And so if you've got a widget, somebody else can go to China and make the same widget as you. And that's where patents come important. That's where, if you actually do own your manufacturing, have some special sauce in terms of how you make your stuff, these become the competitive moats for the business. But the largest of all of them by far is brand. Right? Why? Like, Nike shirts are inherently the same shirts that other shirts, shirt companies make. They literally buy the same raw materials. But why are you willing to pay so much more for a Nike shirt versus, an unnamed shirt? Because of the brand. And so even if someone can copy every single thing down to the thread count of your business, they still can't copy the brand. And so some of the best brands are in e-commerce because you have to be in order to get big.
So you're saying line art is
what brand does,
the best thing that's trending? There's no like Picasso, or some artist that's trending. You're telling me line art is the best thing?
as in more people will show interest because they have a history of good experiences with you or good word of mouth. Number 2 is that you'll have higher repurchase rates. People will buy once and they'll continue to buy again. And number 3, you'll be able to charge higher premiums for the same thing. So that means lower cost of acquisition, higher LTV because they're buying more, and higher gross profits because they're buying at premium prices. Those are very real benefits of building the big brand. And so when you have these types of businesses and they are kicking off cash, that means that is somewhere you have to continually invest to expand and reinforce the associations that you want your products to stand for, which also means what affiliates or influencers you're not going to associate with, even if they can drive quick sales, what discounts you're going to choose to make or not choose to do because of what kind of brand you want to demonstrate for your target audience. There's some brands that never do discounts, and there's some that live and die on discounts. And so it really depends on what kind of brand you're trying to build, but you got to be specific about it, and you want to be as deliberate about it as you can day one. And so if this is you, I think probably the most important question is, how do you win, right? I'll just do this by describing the perfect e-commerce company, and then you can reverse engineer what you are missing. So the perfect e-commerce company would have its own manufacturing that it makes. It would have a very trusted third party or be able to ship directly out of their manufacturing facility to all the markets that they have. Now, if they're international, more likely they'll have to have international partners that do the logistics. But even more likely, if that becomes bigger markets, they'll start creating decentralized manufacturing in each of those markets so they have lower shipping costs and faster turnaround times and faster cycles for returning inventory. So we're going back to front. They make the stuff, right? They have some trade secrets or unique partners that they get their ingredients from, or they have a unique way of combining unique ingredients, which makes them incredibly difficult to copy. They have great logistics in terms of pick, pack, ship. On top of that, they have a very lean team on the paid ad side that is a performance marketing team that is done in tandem with a team that understands brand first approach. And so what does that mean? The most successful companies that persist over a long period of time in e-commerce tend to have a 70-30 split in terms of how they spend their money. 70 going towards top of funnel and brand awareness and associations, and only 30% going to direct to purchase. And most companies that are starting out, and the vast majority of the ones that I talk to, it's basically 100% just straight to purchase. You are building a dropship company that has no competitive moat, and you will always complain about the dupes and the Chinese companies that are going to come in and undercut you because they're in China and they have some of these other competitive edges that you don't have. Right? And so you have to know the game you're playing, because if you know the game you're playing, you'll know how to win. And the last piece of this kind of competitive advantage that I would have in this perfect e-commerce business, assuming they have invested that extra money to have these premium brand associations, they have strong performance marketing, we then have 2 more components to it. One is we want strong brick and mortar retail partnerships so that you have 50,000 retail stores that are pushing your stuff out, or you choose to long-term create your own pop-up stores that actually are your own. What's interesting is that nowadays the model has reversed. It used to be build a huge brick and mortar presence across many, many states and then start an online store. The last kind of version of that was like Lululemon, that I would say that was more popular, and that I can think of at least. And more recently, it's kind of the reverse of that. You look at like the Gymsharks, right? They're almost all e-commerce, and then they choose to open up these flagship stores in key locations that are brand additive. Now, on a long enough time horizon, once brand awareness has been completely saturated for an e-commerce brand, then you actually open up stores all over the place because you remove the cost of shipping each of those markets, because people will actually go straight to the store, and it increases their average order when they're in person. And so the actual cost of acquiring the customer becomes rent divided by sales per month. Kind of cool. And so that's what happens at the ultimate scale level that many brands don't get to, and some of them just choose not to do that because they don't want to, because it's super capital intensive, right? But at some point, when everybody already knows who you are,
You need to
sort of
analyze
make it even
every
easier.
single different type of
And so
art,
that is the
anything
ultimate
art, not just line art,
of an e-commerce
anything,
brand,
because this is an
and
art
how
app,
you do it
coloring
right.
app.
And it takes years to build that level of brand, but you can scale revenue incredibly quickly. And I'll add one last caveat, which is that you have to be an
Photo
absolute
coloring app,
savage
printing.
email marketer. And so the amount of back end,
So there's a bunch of different themes that we can add,
exists in terms of
keywords that are
messaging, different
trending.
process
You need to
flows,
analyze a lot, like
campaigns that you're
500
running,
different things,
attribution, so that you can
and see
the
which ones are
true metrics.
trending.
Like these are some of the,
Like from
I
look
think
at
some of
the
the best
past
marketers
3
in the world
months, the past
come
month,
here.
the past
And it's
week.
because to be fair, once you have a killer
Etc.
product, it's, you know, back-end dweebs that we're gonna, you know, they're gonna be working on making sure that we have enough product. You can hire the people who can make sure the cash flow is there, all that kind of stuff. But like I think some of the best marketers in the world are e-commerce marketers. Oh, last thing, the product's got to be exceptional, because no matter what you do, you can have all the best marketing in the entire world. If you get someone to buy it and then it sucks, doesn't matter. And as you scale these businesses, the cost of acquiring customers continues to rise. And so the only thing that you have that's a compounding vehicle that can scale proportionally to increasing cost of acquisition is a referral word of mouth chain that does two things. One is repeat visitors, like what percentage of your sales are customers that are coming back because they really like the product? And then number two, what percentage of those customers are bringing more customers? And if you're like, well, what percentage is right? It depends on the growth rate of the business. So if you're growing by 1,000%, you're always going to have, you know, more new customers in the beginning. What matters more in terms of you want to make this thing sellable is you want to be able to demonstrate that you look at this new cohort, how many of them are going to come buy again? If you can get 60%, 70% to buy again after their first purchase, you likely have a product that's pretty strong. Real quick, I have a gift for you. This is the $100 million scaling roadmap. It's something that my team and I put 200 plus hours into building and breaking the stages of scaling into 10 steps. All right, and so what we did is we broke down everything that got us stuck and what we did to break free at each level of the business. And if you'd like to know what product, marketing, sales, customer service, IT, recruiting, human resources, and finance look like at the stage that you're currently at, this is a free gift. So all you have to do is go to acquisition.com/roadmap. You can plug in your business information. And if you want our help, you want my help to help you break through whatever level of scaling you're at, this is not a promise. I'm just saying I'd love to help. On the thank you page, you can book a call. Every month we have a workshop out here at my headquarters. You actually talk to my real team that does that sold services like marketing services, ad creation services, things like that, to gym owners across the US and basically the English speaking world. And so I built both B2C and B2B businesses to, I think mid $30 million a year. And then now at acquisition.com, we have advisory practice, which is a 9-figure plus business. All right. And so, so we're very familiar with building out high quality service businesses. And so I feel confident in saying I can help you grow yours. All right. And service businesses look like this because they are slow and steady. So if I wanted to make it a little bit more accurate, I would have drawn it more like a straight line because this one's taller, but I only had this much space. All right. But it's a slow and steady growth curve. So why does it look like that? It looks like this because it's very people heavy. And typically a service business has people at all three, 2 out of 3, or all 3 components of the business. So what do I mean by that? If we break a business into 3 chunks, attraction, a conversion point, and then delivery, right? Those are the 3 components of the business. From an attraction perspective, that's the only one where you could have a very scalable front end. You could have just be running ads, you have content on the front end, super scalable. Now, typically if you're selling services, it's going to have a higher ticket. If it has a higher ticket, usually a person is involved. So you might have a person who's taking phone calls or meeting with customers at their homes or meeting in person in order to convert or transact. All right, close the sale. Once the customer has transacted, now we have to deliver. And it's a service business, which means that you have people who are involved in the delivery. You do some sort of services to them. All right. Now, what becomes challenging about this is that as you scale, it is easier to go find more product to sell than it is to find exceptional people. Significantly harder. And if the thing you sell is people with a premium, which is what a service business is, then you have to find very good people, and very good people are even harder to find, right? And they also cost even more money. And so service businesses in general, you want to run significantly higher gross margins than the other 3. They typically don't run high gross margins, and you want to design them in a way that do run higher gross margins because you need the padding for the inevitable volatility that exists within the business. And the volatility is a factor of when someone new comes into any function of the business, whether you're doing outbound on the front end or running ads, you're doing sales, or you have delivery. If you have one sales guy, when you hire the next sales guy, he's not going to be as good as the first one because he's got to get trained up. And so we have to be able to slow down. We have to be able to deal with the padding here. We need some cushion for the pushing, if you will, on how much gross profit we can have here. Because if our conversion rate drops in half because our new sales guy's not as good, right? He's got to get up to speed in 30 days. Then we got to be able to eat that. Calm down. All right. Now, the next thing is that on the delivery side, let's say we've got one good account rep or two good account reps, and they've been with you for 5 years. Okay, we finally figured out a little bit more marketing, a little more selling, and guess what? Now we need another account rep, but they're not as good. So now you have to worry about your reputation because they're not going to be able to deliver the same scale. And so service businesses are very easy to start because they cost nothing. At the very beginning, you literally just sell your time, which is why it's the most common business that people do start. They learn one thing, and then they start doing that work.
There shouldn't even be an author
Very simple. But
with
then
initials in it.
once you learn that
You need
thing,
to
the
delete
better
that.
you get at that thing, the harder it is to get more people who are as good as you at that thing, which makes it like the more you can charge, the harder it is to get more people that you can charge that money for. And
Try to
still deliver that
run
quality.
the
This is the inherent
trends momentum
difficulty
percentage
with,
again because I
service-based
had a different
businesses.
session running it.
So I'll give you two polar examples here. Because I come from the fitness industry, so a fitness coaching business, a gym is a service-based business, right? The pros of that particular type of business is that it's easy to hire that talent because one, it's low skill, and two, many people love it. It's almost like hiring musicians. Plenty of people would do it for free. They coach classes for free. They're passionate about fitness. Where it's more difficult in that business is it's very hard to, number one, sell, and number two, retain customers because people don't like working out. Now, on the flip side, I would say many or the vast majority of businesses are actually not like the fitness coaching business. The vast majority of service businesses are people doing work that other people don't want to do. And so the fitness coaching business is unique in that it is coaching. The vast majority of service businesses, there is no coaching. You just do the work, right? You fix the roof, you put in the garage, you do the accounting for them, you do the legal work, you build the website for them, right? So for any of those businesses, it's actually very easy to do the sale because you say, I'm going to give you the outcome and you don't have to do anything, right? And so if you're actually good, almost all service businesses, when they are done for you service businesses, almost never, if they're any good, have a problem getting customers. The difficulty they have is hiring good talent. Because customers will stick because you're doing the service and they don't want to learn it and they don't want to do it. Is like, how do you triple a service business year over year over year? Incredibly hard to do, especially as you get bigger and bigger. Now, some of the other benefits of service businesses is they do have the potential for high margins. It's rarer, but the way that I'll tell you in a second how you can create high margins in a service business. But they do have the potential for high margins, but almost always they have high cash flow. Because there's not a tremendous amount of capital intensive reinvestment that must occur in a service business. We don't have to buy inventory. We don't have developers we have to buy. I'm getting a little ahead, right? But basically, you sold work for 100 grand. Your cost on that work was 50, and then there's 50 grand left over. And next month, you're going to sell the same work for 100 grand, and the cost you 50, and there's going to be another 50 left over. And you can pocket that. And so they tend to be very stable, very high cash flow businesses. And I would say the majority of them, if you do a decent job, have pretty good retention because people don't want to learn it and they don't want to do it. So what sucks about this business? Talent is the bottleneck, right? You finding good people is going to be the difficult part of this business. Whether you're trying to find HVAC technicians, plumbers, electricians, on the home services side, if you're trying to find maids on the low skill side, very difficult. So all the way up, it's always hard because even at the lowest skill, if we use maids as the lowest skill labor for a service business as an example, well then just finding people who speak English, show up on time, are competent, and actually do a good job cleaning, and want to work for the amount of pay that the pricing package that you have allows for some margin is difficult. That's the hard part. If you go up a level in terms of, like, I would say, trades, then finding the tradesmen who are good and experienced and can do more complex work becomes difficult. So it's a more compliant, supply constrained business. If you go white collar, then you've got accountants, lawyers, management consultants, investment bankers, right? All of these people require a ton of education, a ton of learning. And so most of those, like the ones I just mentioned, management consulting, investment banking, legal, like they all have multi-year learning paths before they're really even allowed to do work on their own. And so when you have multi-year kind of gestation periods for the talent, that becomes one of the big things that sucks about the business. And I'll tell you how to fix that in a second, but that's one of the big things that sucks. And oftentimes when you have one of these businesses, the founder tends to be, not always, but tends to be one of the best technicians. And so this is a double-edged sword because you know how to do it better than everyone. And as a result, people tend to always come to you in order to solve the big complex problems, which makes your life big and complex all the time, which kind of sucks. And the last piece is that it's just slower to scale than the other three models. So what is the big problem that you have to solve with this business? If we believe that hiring, onboarding, and training talent is so if we take the position, which I do, that supply or the supply of good talent is the hardest part about this business, skill sets, that the aggregate of 3 or 4 of those skill sets put together becomes even, the sum is greater than, some of the whole is greater than the parts, right? You get even more gross profit. And that's where this gets a little bit more interesting. And so that core has to be one of the things that you do exceptionally well. And if you're like, well, we don't really do that very well in our business. No shit. That's why most service businesses don't scale. And the second element that you really want to focus on is like, how many ways can you reduce your own founder technical expertise, the business's dependence on your technical expertise? How can I productize my own knowledge to such a degree? And what you have to get very good at doing is you have to get very good at teaching. Fundamentally, like if you're in a service business, you're actually in a teaching business. You have to teach your talent how to do what they do. And I think this is one of the big mess ups is people expect, oh, I'm going to train some guy in a weekend to do something that's taken me 10 years, and then I'm going to get upset that he's not that good. Ridiculous, right? We have to have far more robust training for these people, but as a result, it's more front-loaded than most people expect. But if you do that well, those people ramp up faster, they stick longer, you're able to charge longer premiums, and your reputation continues to compound over time. So, how do you win with this model? So number one is that most service businesses, especially in the beginning, is they do any kind of work for any kind of person with a pulse. Very normal. But as soon as you start to develop a little bit of business chops, you start to say, okay, some of these clients suck, some of these clients are great, we do a better job with this. And so you start to narrow down who your real customer should be. This happens usually in the $1 to $3 million range is when you start to have to make those decisions. In the beginning, you're just trying to make money, fine. But when you really want to scale, like you have to start deciding what business you're really going to be in. And usually it's around, like I said, 1 to 3 million. That's when you decide what business you're really in. And then that's where you really start going on this path. But in order to do that, we have to decide on what customer we're going to really serve. And then as a result, because we have one consistent customer, we should only have 1, 2, 3 max consistent deliverables that we're giving. So then we can start systematizing or productizing the way that we deliver our services. So rather than everything being bespoke or just saying whatever you want, your wildest dreams is what I can deliver, you then say, you probably want this problem solved. We solve it in 1 of 3 ways. This is the way that I think is best for you, and here's how we do it. And then you can start driving operational efficiency within the business, which then expands the gross margins. Okay, now, in order to do that operationalized bucket of things, it becomes more repeatable for you to then build training process to each of those desired steps or outcomes in the systematized delivery. And so that then, the systematized delivery then feeds into the operational infrastructure in terms of onboarding, hiring, and training, and talent selection on the way in. All right. And so when we do these 2 steps, then the next thing is that you'll end up having to replace yourself in some level of the operations at some point so that you can lead the company. So if you were trying to win here, systematization of delivery, selection of the avatar, being very clear about recruiting, hiring, onboarding, and training, and having very good defined career paths for your talent so they want to stay with you and not go somewhere else because they're so hard to get. And so if you're in that business, typically getting customers is not that hard. And so then we think, okay, if then we can just blow the back end out so we can have 10, 20, 30 new amazing people who are getting activated per month on my delivery side, I can finally, the goal that you want to have is that you want to have an amazing reputation and actually get to the point in a service model where your demand is the constraint. Very rare, but doable. Now, in this business, where do I reinvest my capital? Right?
So in the mobile app affiliate campaign, we have
number one is that this is a business that
Revenue
you
Cat, Stripe,
live well throughout the entire time of doing the business, which is why I've
Apple
always been
Native,
a fan of
Apple,
service businesses.
and
The
Google
other business models that exist
Native.
here, 2 of them.
I was
Basically,
wondering,
the
someone
founder
mentioned
is never
Adapty.
making
I'm not
money
sure what it
until
is.
a point of an
Do
exit,
you know what it
and let's
is?
be real, exits are far rare.
Is it
People
just
try
like
and make
Revenue
content.
Cat?
And so
Can you
service
analyze their
businesses, you kind of live
documentation?
your life
Let me know if
and
we could add it to
continue
the
scaling your
mobile app
income
affiliate
as you guys
campaign
up. Now,
as a payment
where do
processor.
you invest your cash? So you want to invest your cash in 2 core places. Number one is going to be talent, meaning you want better, smarter people who are coming in. So the raw materials that are coming in, we want to increase the quality of those raw materials. Now we still have the training that we have, but if you're training a genius versus training a dodo bird, training the genius is still going to work better. So we want higher base level people, higher horsepower, higher intelligence. If we look at the ultimate versions of some of the highest grossing service businesses out there, what do they all have? They have unbelievable talent machines and they attract the best and brightest. Right? So number one is that you're going to be reinvesting money into the recruiting side of the business so you can get the best talent. The other side that you're going to be putting money into is going to be brand. Right? Now, brand is going to benefit in both places. One, it's going to be
Analyze
to
and
allow
let me
you
know.
to charge premium prices over time, and it's also going to allow you to attract premium level talent because they want the association. They have their own personal brand. They want their association with your brand. Now, the way that I can see how scaled up or how progressed an entrepreneur is in the service business is actually with one metric, which is what they charge. So think about how interesting. So I'll explain why I think this is a very interesting, like, North Star metric. If you do a good job at what you do, then you should have a supply constraint in your business because more people want your services. If more people want your services and you're supply constrained, what happens? Well, if we're supply constrained and we have more demand than we have supply, what should we do? We should raise our prices. And as we raise our prices, we should increase our gross margins. And as long as we have good training and we can maintain our reputation, what happens? More customers come in, more demand, and then we can continue to raise our prices. And so it should be a process of consistently being able to raise price over time and go after better and better avatars, better and better ICPs, if you want to use that language. Ideal customer profile, I think that stands for. Basically the type of customer that you're going after, right? The prospects. You want better and better people who can write stroke bigger and bigger checks. And the only way to do that is to typically have the track record, having done this for years and continuing to level up. And you can only do that if you're good because you have more demand than you have supply. And that's the game that you ultimately want to be in. Now,
Just if it's going to bring in more traffic, then add
yes,
it.
with one very important caveat. You have to decide day one when you build this business that you're building it as the low-cost provider. And that doesn't mean, oh, people didn't want to buy this price, I'm going to go cheaper. It means that day one, every decision you've made with that North Star, which is that we want to be as operationally efficient as humanly possible. So we're going to offshore all of our talent. We're going to have as much automation built into our business as humanly possible. And our primary USP or selling proposition is going to be that we are the cheapest. It is absolutely a game where you can make a lot of money, but you have to decide to be in that game day one. I have spent the vast majority of my life on the premium side, which is where I would recommend most of you go, because service businesses are inherently more difficult to scale because you have to scale headcount. And so if you're going to have 20 people that work for you, I'd rather be making $1 million per person than making less than that. I'll just say that. I'd rather make $1 million per person because then it'll be worth the headache that comes with the headcount. So that's shape number 2. Drum roll, please. That brings us to shape number 3. So quick guess, what do you think this is? This is an education, consulting, info, media business. My credibility around information businesses is that I happen to own a software platform that allows people to start information businesses called School. And so I have access to quite literally millions of data points in terms of what makes this business work and what doesn't. I've also been somebody who's consumed a lot from the alternative education world and done a lot of studying on like what makes these businesses work, because as somebody who is a continuous student of all games, especially the business game, I always want to see what separates the best from the rest. A nice little rhymey. And as somebody who's an educator in general, from a YouTube content perspective, like what are the different models that exist here? Let's dive in. So what is the shape? This shape scales faster than any other of the 4 shapes. You can notice that it's almost a straight line up. And so this business makes money quickly. And then it hits a hard stop or becomes very difficult to make more money from there. So why is it shaped this way? So one of the most difficult parts about information or education related businesses is that there's low retention, right? If you do a good job educating someone, they graduate. Your high school isn't like, oh my God, I can't believe we didn't retain that kid. The goal is not to retain them, right? The goal is to actually graduate them. Now, what's the continuity program for education? Well, you go 4 years of high school, you go 4 years of college, then you have a master's degree, then you have a PhD, then you have a double PhD. So they definitely have an ascension program, right? But the point ideally is that you provide more value than the cost of the education. And then as a result, this person now has a skill that is more valuable in the workplace, right? That, in the competitive environment. That's the point. So the reason that education can make so much money so quickly is that if you have a valuable skill and that skill is unique and difficult to acquire in the marketplace, then you can charge a big amount of money for something that actually costs you very little. It costs you a lot of money and time to acquire the skill one time for you, but then you get to duplicate that skill through the education over and over again through other people. And so I'll just use simple math here. if I can teach someone a skill that takes them from $40,000 a year to $100,000 a year, many people would pay lots of money to add $60,000 of income per year for the rest
You
of
need
their
to
life.
fully
That's an
analyze
unbelievable value proposition.
their
So
documentation
would
so you know what
what would
code
someone be
they're
willing to pay for
using
that? A lot.
and how we
The
can
education
implement it
industry at large, I think the
in
last
our
time I
mobile
checked,
app
is like
affiliate campaigns
10 trillion globally.
as an
It's
option.
a
So do a
very big
deep
industry.
dive
Because
analysis.
if we think about an
Look how we're
economy at
we're
large,
doing
there are only
it
two
with
things that drive GDP, gross
the
domestic product,
other
the production of the economy. Education
payment processors for mobile app
and
affiliate campaigns. There's a bunch of different edge cases and
technology. And that's per capita,
refunds, maybe
right?
I don't
So
think
if
chargebacks,
per
but
person, what do you got? They can get more
trials,
skills and they can have more tools to use those skills.
renewals,
That's what drives GDP. And so it's a
etc.
huge driver of the economy, which is why education is such a massive
And
market.
with Revenue Cat, I had to email them for access
It's shaped
for
this way
the
for most
OAuth
businesses,
access.
though,
Do I
because
have to
once
do the
someone
same thing with
graduates, they
Adaptee, or
leave,
do
which
they
means that
have
you always have to fill up the business.
do they have it where
and
it's
if
like
you're good at something,
self-serve,
you usually get
basically?
this quick shot up because people know you're good
So
at it.
do a deep
So you can
dive,
quickly charge
analyze
a lot of
all
money to
their
a handful of people and actually deliver that value because people know
all
you're
their
good at that thing.
stuff,
And then very quickly you make money. But then you're like, oh shoot, I graduated all those people. What
and
do
let
I
me
do?
know.
I got to get more customers, right? And the other side of this that is kind of bad is that once I teach someone really well how to do that thing, what stops them from selling the exact same thing that I just taught them? Almost nothing, right? And so these are some of this is why the shape is shaped this way, because more entrants, if you teach more people, starts putting this downward pressure. So you've got downward pressure in that people are exiting, and you've got more competitors that are always entering the market because it's very easy to, one, create competition, number two, start an education business because it costs almost nothing if you have the skill. So what's good about this? Because that sounded a little bit, negative in terms of the shape. You're like, why would I want to stop, here, right? Well, the great thing is that there's fast initial cash. There's very few businesses that can get you out of, poverty as quick as this. I would dare I say there's almost nothing that's as fast as this. And I'll tell you one thing that I've learned about humans over my many years in business is that people love fast. All right. And it's also one of the easier ones. So fast and easy, very compelling value proposition. And I'll give you the third value proposition. It's also cheap. So fast, easy, cheap to start. Wow, very compelling. Now, when you have something that's fast, easy, and cheap to start, what's the downside of that? Well, lots of competitors. It's also fast, easy, and cheap for them to start. All right. And so what sucks about this? It's difficult to scale typically past $1 to $3 million a year. Now, I think a big part of that, this is pure rule of thumb, anecdotal observation from me. It's hard because most people don't have the promotional skill to get beyond the first $1 to $3 million. And the more talented the individual is, the more difficult it is for them to scale the delivery. So these businesses sometimes start to bleed into service businesses, right? They have some sort of DIY, doing